Hello, 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 everybody. Good evening. Hello there, Kitten. Hello there, Peach. And hello there, Evelyn. It's going pretty alright. We had a very... I'm eating a butterscotch drop because my throat's a bit sore. So if that comes through on the microphone, I'm sorry. It is another lovely Sunday. That means Shadowverse. Before that, just having a little chat. How's your day been going, everybody? How's things been going? I've been pretty alright, pretty good. This is like just a standard Sunday. Oh no! Just didn't mesh with it, that's fine. Sorry, turns out eating whilst using VTube Studio makes weird things happen, so my face is tweaking out a bit. I apologise. I'll try and be less, but yeah, did you just not get on well with it? Just fine. You were that's fair, that's fair. I think, you know, there's a lot of videos these days just kind of assume you know enough about Shadowverse. I don't really see that many good, like, beginner's guides, but then I don't actually go out to look for them. So, yeah. But no, I can understand. Oh no! Well, hopefully she'll be alright, and hopefully you'll be alright too. Hopefully it won't be anything too severe. Yeah, hopefully you're safe. I'm like the only... Ooh, yeah, that is unfortunate. That is very, yeah, both, like, more severe case of coronavirus and also the unfortunate case of, yeah, there's just not, there really isn't that good, nah. Is that like Cardfight Vanguard, or is that a different thing? I didn't know Vanguard had a cup. That is Cardfight Vanguard. I didn't know that had an online client, but then I never really particularly looked at Cardfight Vanguard other than, ooh, that's got some, yeah, okay. That's always one I've seen on the periphery, but I've never really seen anyone I know play it. Most of the people I know are either big players of Legends of Runeterra, or yeah, the Legend of Runeterra, or the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. They play all my friends, and then I've got a few, obviously, everyone who plays card games on my end just tends to dabble in Magic the Gathering a little bit, but they're mostly either... Yeah. There's no Shadowverse on Motorcycles, Peach. The motorcycles rotated out like several sets ago. You missed your chance. Storms of Rivale was years ago, was like over a year ago now. Yeah, there was a time when there was motorcycles as a mechanic, and it was very, unsurprisingly, very, very aggressive time. Decks were really fast, and it was kind of a pain. It's like anything, because it was like, there's so many ways to buff your followers and buff the attack of your followers that it made them yeah, there was this whole, yeah, there was, yeah, this whole like set of vehicle-like buff cards that were like, yeah, that's fair enough. That's right. There's like that kind of seems like more of a problem with like the outreach community. There's just not that many good. I suppose a lot of them consider like some of the. But yeah, I don't know. As I said, it's not content. I don't really go out looking for Shadowverse content that much. I just play the game a lot and enjoy myself. But here I am providing the Shadowverse content. But hopefully I'm doing a bit. I mean, like I don't know if I'm doing a better job, but hopefully I'm still. I seem to be still very entertaining. People still want to watch me. But yeah, I think there is just a big assumption, especially compared to like traditional. But yeah, there isn't. Shadowverse does get a bit awkward that it doesn't really provide many extras. Also, I think like right now, the starter decks that the now that people have gotten a handle of the meta a bit, the starter decks they give out are well, the current rotation standard. I know you'll always be here, Caden, for me. Always reliable. And I'm very grateful for that. And I won't fight you to get you out, because otherwise I'd lose one of my main sources of income. But, yeah. Yeah, I think the current set of starter decks they got for rotation are kind of both a bit complicated in their weirdness and kind of bad. Like they're really not great. Like Armed Dragoncraft is just really meh. The Havencraft deck they give you is really need to actually spend to make it usable, because without a full set of Skull Fanes, it's really underwhelming. Well, hopefully I can help. I can help Evelyn if there's like, do you have an idea of any decks you want to play, or are you just trying to figure that out? Just the thing. Because I want to help try and bring people into Shadowverse. I want to try and do that end. Okay, puppets. Puppets did get nerfed, but they're still pretty strong. So, as that's what we'll start with. I'll swap over to I'll boot up Shadowverse, because I don't bother booting it up early anymore because it just disconnects me and I have to restart the game anyway. I don't want to listen to the Shadowverse menu theme for 10 minutes. But I'll try and guide you through what Puppets does in the current meta. Because I think Puppet Portal is still pretty strong, even though it did just get nerfed a bit. But yeah, let's switch over to the game screen. Hopefully, yeah, there we go. I just need to move myself a little bit. Ah. Yeah. So I was playing a bit of Chess Room because there's actually been a few deck lists that are doing okay. It's not an amazing deck, but it's competitive. It's viable now because they buffed it. But do we actually have? I don't actually have any if we go, so how do you find, I've forgotten how you find tournament deck lists again. Where are they don't have tournament deck lists ready yet. I know how to make them. a Shadowcraft deck accidentally, which... Well, like one of the pre-belts. Like one of these. Because these are very old. Whichever the pre-built, so was only, very old. These, like, pre-built decks that you can buy with crystals, aka real money, are, all rotated out at this point. So... that is... and none of them are, like, viable in, I would describe none of these as viable in, oh, the, oh yeah, there was a Shadowcraft. I thought the, yeah, the trial decks. Contemporary trial decks. I thought it was, Havencraft. Or maybe they give you a new set now. Maybe there is a Shadowcraft one but for new players. I don't know, but anyway. Because the temporary trial decks in the current set are Dragoncraft, Havencraft, and Runecraft. But I don't know if they've got... they might have something for newer players that I obviously don't get because I've been playing this game for years. But, you know, that's actually to play. I want to do... yeah, I don't think they've got, the tournament-winning deck lists up now. But, yeah, so I'll kind of, like, walk through how a puppet deck works to try and help you through. So, main card that, I'm not confused, but anyway, I'll wait a bit. I'll explain. Like, I'll try and do the job that apparently there's a little lack of in the Shadowverse community. So I'll try and help you out a bit if you want to learn Puppet Portal. So one of the main cards that yeah, Orchestra's a main girl. So you want to choose one of the, which is not like your sole win condition, but she's fairly self-explanatory. You want to fuse 3 puppets to her, preferably over the course of 3 turns, because then you can get your 3 slightly better puppets out of it from the fusion. And it doesn't matter how many you fuse; it's only once per turn. When you can only fuse once per turn. Then you get her and Lloyd, and you get to give your puppet Storm. So there is a bit of game plan of maybe delaying it until you've got a few more puppets in hand, especially enhanced puppets, which are 1/3s. So obviously you start with 3 orcas. I'm going to put create cards because there's a few. And then what do I mean by soft? So you can only ever fuse a card to another card. Fuse to well. So let me go there. So you can fuse to a card, to one particular card once per turn. So you can fuse any number of puppets to Orcus once per to an copy of Orcus once per turn. If you have 2 Orcuses in hand, you can do it multiple times a turn, but you can only do it to each Orcus that's in your hand once per turn. And regardless of how many also you can fuse as many puppets you want. Yeah, so it's not all Orcuses; it's just that Orcus. So yeah, because I know that's a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh, where they have to have cards that say you can only activate. So yeah, I get where you're coming from. But yeah, regardless of how many puppets you fuse, because you can fuse multiple, she will give you a singular puppet and give it +1/+0, so it can it's a little harder. And obviously when you actually play the Orcus, when she's got, if you fuse it to at least one card, you get Orcus, you get Lloyd, who's a 6 play point 4/6 Storm Ward, and at the end of the turn, he locks down 2 of your opponent's followers so they can't attack. So that can be pretty good that's part of the power of this turn, is that effect, because it can lock up some board space on your opponents, and also means you don't have to deal with like a particularly large threat. You can just lock it down with Lloyd's effect and ignore it for a turn. Which may come to bite you in the arse, but if you can't deal with it anyway, it's not too bad. It's pretty good. It's really, really good. And obviously some decks will be like... well, everything will all be archived on the VOD, so... If you want, I can like make a specific highlight of this section, because that'll be a good thing for me to like show off as like a kind of part of my stream portfolio anyway. Because like this is a thing I do on stream. Look at this. You don't want to watch a whole 3 to 4 hour stream. But and it's no bother at all. As I said, it benefits me to do it as well also. It's something I need to kind of like get into the habit of anyway, so... I'm gonna do it whether you want me to or not. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna wait for you to get your notepad down. So I'm just gonna... yeah. But, yeah, I mean, you can still take notes if you want to. I'm not gonna stop you. I'm not gonna stop you doing anything. So... obviously, yeah, so Lloyd is where the main damage of this turn comes from. Because if you fused 3 cards, now this does mean you can fuse all 3 in one turn. It just means you don't get the maximum value from getting each turn. You get a +1/+0. But you can, if you like, say, draw an Orcus on turn 6, and you have 3 puppets in hand, you can be like, well, okay, I'm just going to fuse all 3 puppets to Orcus. I'll only get 1 puppet that's buffed, but then I'll get all 3, and then it evolves both of them, which the Orcus is quite important because then not only does she get the stats, and she's also evolved so she can attack an enemy follower and take out something that might have like ward or whatever. But she also, whilst she's evolved, she also gives any puppet that comes into play Storm. Note, this doesn't affect any puppets that are already in play, so if you fuse a puppet to Orcus and then play her, that puppet won't get Storm. It has to be puppets that come into play after Orcus has been... after Orcus is both in play and evolved. And Lloyd, the Evo, is just the stats boost. It just makes him a 6/8, which is, again, for a 6 playpoint cost, having both a 7/7 and a 6/8 Storm Ward is just very powerful, even not considering the extra effects that come in. So that's kind of your cornerstone big spike turn. But it's not like that's your only path to victory. Because you can also combine it with this card, which is absolute because you also the other big linchpins of the deck is Absolute Chastity, which used to be 10 play points base. They nerfed it because it was absolutely absurd, but it's still very strong. And this is a very simple card in that it's whenever your allied follower is destroyed, you take 1 off. Whilst this is in your hand, you remove 1 from its cost. Which again, you do a lot of in a puppets deck because you're playing a lot of puppets, and the puppets are trading into things, so they're dying a lot. And then, so this can even at 14 cost, this can very quickly become a 0 cost card. And it's got a fairly simple, it's a 5/5 ward. When you play it, it banishes an enemy follower, which is very powerful because that means it's not counted, doesn't activate any lost words, it doesn't, they can't reanimate it. If they're playing Shadowcraft or any other thing that cares about destroyed followers coming back. It also doesn't count for any followers destroyed, which is very important. Not so much against in the mirror against Puppet Portal, because they'll just play they'll be playing a load of followers anyway. So you run, I would run, like, pre-nerf, you'd run 3 Absolute Chastities, but I think now, after it's been nerfed, I think you might want, it might be better to run 2, but 2 or 3. Again, if you want to have a budget, then 2 is fine. If you really want to have a budget, 1 is fine, but I wouldn't go without any. But yeah, the other strong part of it is it's not just a 5/5 ward for effectively free most of the time, but when you evolve it, you draw up to 7, which again, very powerful because you can dump your hand, you can fuse a bunch of stuff to Orcus, you can then play Orcus, you can then play any puppets left in your hand, and then you can evolve Absolute Chastity and refill your hand. So that it's kind of one of your main forms of hand refill. So when you're cutting it down, what I'd replace it with is cards that draw cards, and like, which is the like standard. And there's a lot of options for card draw in Portal. Like Trigger Happy Puppeteer is not played most in a lot of decks, but it is a very good card in if you're like if you're on a budget, because it's still decent card draw and it's a decent amount of makes 3 puppets on Evo. Sure. What is the question? Which is, as I'll kind of go more onto like the basics of the deck, because the rest of the puppet itself is fairly simple. It all kind of pulls in the same direction. So where you get a decent amount of puppets is mostly from the rest of your deck. So you basically, you go into here, you start puppet. Sorry, I'm missing the keyboard. And we start looking at those cards. So you kind of just look for cards that are cost efficient, that put a puppet or 2 into your hand, and that's going to take up the most of the rest of your deck. So an obvious one is Young Threadmaster, very simple. It's a 1/1, fanfare, puts a puppet into your hand. Twinkling Shopkeeper is another one, because it can also be a bit of healing, and it puts an enhanced puppet into your hand, which is a 3/3, a 1 mana 3/3 instead of a 0 mana 1/1, which does mean it's a bit harder to play, because you can't play a lot of them. Sweeper Doll is a new card that's some... you just kind of want to pull them from... Like, it's all over the place, really. There's not a particular set I'd say is particularly great, because they're all kind of spread out. But a lot of the it's fairly easy to craft, because a lot of your puppet generators are bronzes. So Young Threadmaster, Craftsman Pride, Craftsman Pride is a very useful card because it's very versatile, because you can obviously, the easiest thing to do is just to get the puppet and the enhanced puppet, because that's 2 puppets, that's pretty value. Yeah, you need vials to craft them, but as I said, you can, by doing a bunch of the kind of solo content in the game and just playing through, you'll easily have enough vials to craft like a lot of because you'll need to craft a fair few. But actually, I'm going to, and the thing is, you can't see the actual sets, but you're wanting to start with puppets because you want, which you want, like yeah, as I say, if you're specifically looking for puppets, then I'd actually say avoid Celestial Dragonblade, the latest set, because that's mostly got artifact cards. It's got a few good it is the set that contains Absolute Chastity, but on the whole, it's a very they were very printing up with. So I'm trying to remember if I go into just the card list. So if we look, that's not the card list, that's the deck list. Sorry, I'm thinking faster than I'm clicking. That's unlimited. Ah, God. I'm clicking faster than I'm thinking, sorry. But we go into just the card list, and now we can filter cards by set. So Portal Craft, and I think was Roar of the Godworms probably is what has Orcus. So I'd probably start grabbing Roar. Yeah, I'd start grabbing Roar of the Godworm to begin with, because it gets you, like, whilst it's only got some of the pieces, it's got some of the more expensive pieces. Like, it's got Orcus, it's got Summon Divine Treasure, which again got nerfed but is still very good. Summon Divine Treasure is just kind of like a bit of a utility knife card. It's a very Swiss Army knife. It does a lot of things. So you can you can play it at various levels because it has these enhanced effects. So you can either play it as the spear for board clearing and face pressure. You can play it as the shield to protect yourself from burst damage. And you can play it as the Eternal Dogma for card draw. And then when you enhance, it comes along with some beefy followers. Especially the when you play it at 7 play points, you get this you get the Divine Treasure Guardian, which has strike, which is a 7/7 with Rush Ward and strike. It deals 3 damage to the enemy leader. And so does the 5/5 that has Last Words. You put another Divine Treasure, but it doesn't have Enhance into your hand, so you can't summon more dudes, but you still get the artifacts. So this is a very useful card to have if you're playing any kind of Portal deck, just because, like, if you're playing artifacts, it's probably not so good because there's just not enough space for it and it doesn't pull you forwards, but any other Portal deck loves this card. It's such a versatile utility card. So yeah, I'd say start, if you're wanting to go Portal, I'd say start with that, what set was it? It was Roar of the Godworm. This is the set you want to start with, because the rest of the cards that you want are going to be, because that's got the most legendaries you want. That's got it's got the Divine Treasure and Orcus. So I'd start with Roar of the Godworm. Then when you have all of your Orcuses, I'd start opening Celestial Dragonblade packs to try and get Absolute Chastities. And then trying to get those legendaries, you'll start accumulating the vials from liquefying your cards to craft the rest of your deck. Because a lot of the rest of the deck there's a couple of golds, but it's mostly I probably should have saved that deck. So let's just go back to the deck menu screen and put that up. So you're just going to add so this is kind of like your basic set of puppet cards. Sweeper Doll is sometimes put in, but because it only generates a puppet when another follower evos, it's not that reliable. It does give them Bane, which means they can take out some stronger threats. So she's a possible inclusion, but doesn't see play in every deck. So like Craftsman's Pride, which goes in every puppet decks, and even some other puppet decks, because it's pretty versatile. Because the forged weaponry you can get from it can push a lot of damage, because Rally 10 as a... Okay, the two I put in are Young Threadmaster, which is a very simple one play point 1/1 that puts a puppet into your hand, and Tinkering Shopkeeper, which is another 1/1 that puts an enhanced puppet into your hand when it dies. And an enhanced puppet is, so whilst a normal puppet is a yeah, it might have. So yeah, whilst a normal puppet is I can do these both off the Craftsman's Pride, which is a normal puppet is a 0 play point 1/1 rush. The enhanced puppet is a 1 play point 3/3 rush. And they're both treated as puppets, so anything that asks for puppets like Orcus will treat the enhanced puppet as just a regular puppet, so you can fuse to it, but it will only summon a regular puppet and buff it. But obviously that one is free because it doesn't cost any play points when you're fusing. But yeah, these are just basic 1/1s that give you puppets. And the Tinkering Shopkeeper has this nice little extra bit where if you play it after 10 followers have been destroyed, that 10 of your followers have been destroyed this match, which again as puppets is very easy. You're going to have a lot of followers destroyed. It heals you a little bit, which is nice. Also has the festive trait, but the festive trait doesn't really matter here. You're not building a festive deck. False Puppeteer is an O that isn't played much, but it's still pretty good. I probably wouldn't put it in decks right now. I think the 2 play points slot is a bit too competitive, but if you're missing some of the golds I'm putting later, it's a good substitute. So like this is, it puts an enhanced puppet on Fanfare, and when you evolve it, it puts both a puppet and an enhanced puppet into your hand. Which is really nice. Also, I didn't explain Craftsman Pride properly. Basically, you choose 2 of these 3 and put them into your hand. So you can either have 2 puppets, or a puppet and a forged weaponry, or an enhanced puppet and a forged weaponry. So it's nice and versatile. It gets you a lot of things. So yeah, in most decks I probably would put False Puppeteer in, but only if you're missing some of the stuff like Inauspicious Puppeteer, which is a very powerful card. So this one takes a little bit of explaining. So first off, it's just a simple Fanfare puts a puppet into your hand. So that's decent value, but it is a 2 play point 1/1, so you wouldn't think it's that good. But the main thing it has is the effect of whenever another allied follower is destroyed, give -1/-1 to a random enemy follower. This is explicitly different from damage because it's an effect that's applied rather than dealing any damage, so it circumvents any kind of like damage protection or any thing. And it also, it reduces their attack as well, so even if it doesn't kill, it's going to neuter your enemy's board just by you playing a bunch of puppets onto the board. Hey Daku, good to see you. I'm just doing a bit of... I'm doing a little tutorial of... Yeah. But yeah, this is a very powerful card. But if you don't have... But it's a gold card, so it's a bit more expensive to craft. Yeah, I'm making a puppets deck for Evelyn just because they were like kind of frustrated that there's not that many like beginner guides that go card by card. Like, I'd say puppets are still alright after the nerf. Like, obviously, I don't want to get into meta stuff. I'm just making a deck for reviewer. Rather than just making a meta deck. But I've already gone over post-nerf Absolute Chastity. So here's another powerful... Obviously, one of the things when you're starting out is I'd say don't be too afraid to like liquefy your animated cards unless you're really fond of them, because they liquefy for more vials, and vials are very important starting out. So if you see an animated card and you're like, I don't really care that much, then just liquefy it. Just get your extra vials. It's much more worth it. Obviously, I've got more than enough, and I like the animated Blossoming Flower Doll, which is so this is another very powerful card that I think was in Roar of the Godworm as well, so this is a card you'll get plenty of because it's bronze by opening those packs. He does float a lot. But yeah, so Blossoming Flower Doll is pretty interesting. So when you play it, if you've got a puppet in play, you can give that puppet the Last Words effect that summons another Blossoming Flower Doll. So it generally gives you a nice wide board rather efficiently, because it both doubles it and also it gives you the Blossoming Flower Doll itself gives you a puppet on return. So when you think about it in terms of like numbers of followers, you're getting out of one card, you're basically, if you hit a puppet with this, you're basically getting 3 cards, which for things that care about followers destroyed, and there's like the stuff that cares about the number of followers destroyed, that's very important. Yeah, so it is a very good value card. You get another Blossoming Flower Doll, and you get 2 puppets from one puppet from each of those Blossoming Flower Dolls, unless they get banished or something. But this can also make just a solid wide board that's hard to deal with, because if you like generate a puppet on turn 1 and then turn 2 you play that puppet and play a Blossoming Flower Doll, then you've just played 2 1/2s on turn 2, which is pretty strong. And you might have traded something out with the puppet, or also the young Threadmaster, so you can make a very wide board with it. Puppets Assemble is a newer card that's a fairly simple. It works in a similar function to Craftsman's Pride, but is a bit less functional. It's 2 play points, put 2 puppets into your hand, which is pretty good. And then if you rally 10, which is if you've had 10 followers come into play during the course of the game, those puppets get last words. Put a puppet into your hand, so you get puppets that give you puppets. So that's 4 puppets in 1 card when that's active. And like 2 puppets for 1 card is pretty good as well. Next is Licked the Gear Magus, who's mostly you'll play him just to get 2 puppets into your hand, because he puts a puppet and enhanced puppet into your hand. The 20 his second part of his effect, the 20 allied followers destroyed this match, is mostly just as like a separate alt win con if the game is going on too long. But you can play for it depending on the matchup, though obviously that's a bit more advanced. That's something not even I'm fairly certain of. But yeah, most of the time you play him just because he's 1 card that puts 2 puppets into your hand, which is pretty good. And if you need a little bit of healing, you can evolve him and then play some puppets, and you get a little bit of healing from that. So if you have him, you play him. If you're going to... As a cheap option, Toy Soldier is a maybe, Automation Knight is a maybe. You probably put Kakakuri Servant as just a cheap puppet generator as well. So it's not as good, but it's still cheap, it's efficient, it's playable. Again, if you've got Inauspicious Puppeteer but not Licked, or one of these 2, you can also sub in False Puppeteer as another cheaper option. You can also put in Revised Experiments just to kind of fill out the deck if you want. It's just a 0-cost spell that puts an enhanced puppet into your hand. What does Dull Lady do? Dull Lady's last words put enhanced into place, so she's also not a terrible option. Yeah, Toy Soldier is not that great. It's okay, but it's a basic card. It's a starter card. It's not meant to stick around very long. But as a thing you can put in the deck, it does what it says on the tin. But I think if you're going to have a card that basically just generates a puppet, you'd be better off with something like Kakakuri Servant or Dull Lady, I think. Puppeteer is really bad because it's only generates a puppet on Evo. But yeah, one of those is Puppeteer Strings is a basic card you could put in. Like, it's a bit costly at 4 cost, but it's still it can still help you against wide board decks, and you'll have it because it's a basic card, and yeah, it just deals 1 damage, puts 3 puppets in your hand. So it's not like it's a card you'll want to get rid of quickly. Yeah, it's one of the basic cards. Dandy Marionette is a bit too unwieldy. Like, he can be a useful finisher. He could replace Licked, but because you can only play him at 7 play points, he arrives a bit too late. But and then of course we've got Orcus. So this is like the puppet core. This is all your main puppet generators, and that's over half the deck. So over half of your deck generates puppets, or like uses puppets in some way. And then there starts to be the question of what else. Yeah, that is what we're about to look over. So obviously, if you can, you want to have 2 or, as I said, post nerf, I'd say maybe only 2 absolute chastities. But you could, on a budget, theoretically get away with none. But I'd say you'd want to get 1 or 2 eventually. But yeah, so a lot of the other cards you'll want is mostly a lot of card draw and board control. So I'm just trying to remember. So another card you can have. The one, if you want to, though she's not entirely mandatory, but probably is another legendary card, is Lashena, who generally synergizes really well with having lots of followers destroyed, as is her role as Omen of Destruction. She's a fairly complicated card, so I'll try and explain. So when you play her, and you don't have at least 10 followers destroyed, you get to pick one of these cards. These two cards, New Prayer and New Destruction, are basically 2 sides of the same coin. They are artifact amulets. The artifact trait doesn't really mean much in this deck. That when they're in your hand and a follower of yours is destroyed, they get a 1 cost removed from them. Their cost is reduced by 1, and they start at 8. And then on the fanfare, the New Prayer heals you for 4, and the New Destruction deals 4, and then at the start of your turn, they deal 2 the Prayer heals 2, the Destruction deals 2 to your enemy. And if you have both in play, they deal 4 at the start of they deal or heal 4 at the start of your turn. So most of the time you'd be picking New Destruction because you want to killing your opponent wins the game. But against like really aggressive decks, you'd be picking New Prayer. The other option is something you don't really take as an option unless you really, really need it to deal with a threat, is the Melodious Monody spell, which is a 0 play point spell where you destroy an allied follower or an amulet without countdown, which doesn't mean too much in this deck. We don't run any countdown amulets. To deal 3 damage to an enemy follower and then 1 damage to the enemy leader. This you don't usually pick because it doesn't win you the game as much as, say, New Destruction does. But it does when you have had 10 followers to destroyed, you get all 3 cards, so you get the Prayer, the Destruction, and the Monody, the spell, and so that's a nice bonus to get alongside it. Note that everything, Lashena and the amulets themselves are all immune to destruction, so you can target them with the spell and they won't get removed and they won't get destroyed, but the spell will still go off. So that's a bit The other main important thing about Lashena is her evolve effect, where she reanimates a 0 cost follower, a 1 cost follower, and a 2 cost follower. So reanimate, if you don't play much Shadowcraft, brings back the highest cost follower of that play points that has been destroyed this match that you control. if you've got multiple of the same cost, it just randomly picks them. So Reanimate Zero is almost always going to be a basic puppet. There's no other zero cost card in the deck. That's the only card that's ever going to generate. Reanimate 1 can hit a few things, like it can hit your Tinkering Shopkeeper or Young Thrustmaster, but it can also hit enhanced puppets, or a Ancient Artifact, which is a card you'll probably be summoning through a few other effects. And Reanimate 2 can summon a bunch of things, like it can summon Inauspicious Puppeteer, it can summon Blossoming Flower Doll, and a few other cards that we'll be putting in later. So Lushenna's just generally synergizes well because she makes a wide board, and she just synergizes a lot with the fact that you're having a lot of followers destroyed. Especially because you'll play her and then you evolve her, and that's 3 more bodies on the board that then get destroyed. And especially since you've played her, you'll have like your new Destruction or your new Prayer in hand, so that can get discounted very quickly just from Lushenna alone. Another card that's frequently included that's just here is Jetpack Gunner, who's kind of like a generic bit of extra damage. Because he has Storm, so he can attack immediately, and when you play him for higher play points, he can attack more times. When you play him for his enhance effects, he gains the ability to attack more times per turn. And so that means if you play him on for 8 and you evolve him, that means he's hitting for 12 damage on his own, which is pretty strong. And also when he's evolved, every time he attacks, he summons an Ancient Artifact, which is just a 3/1 rush, which is nice. Again, the deck doesn't particularly care about artifacts as a trait, but it does care about followers being destroyed. So Jetpack Gunner is a good card you might run 1 or 2 of, but yeah, he can clear boards pretty well as well. Like, even if you're not killing, you can, like, play him. If your opponent doesn't have a ward in play, you can play him, like, at 6, attack twice, and then use the Ancient Artifacts to, play him for 6, evolve him, attack twice for 8, and use the Ancient Artifacts to clear off your opponent's board. So even if he's not killing, he can still be a very powerful turn. Just let's go down before we go up. So Summon Divine Treasure I've already gone through. It's just your kind of, even after the nerf, because it used to be the Eternal Dogma also healed you, as well as drawing cards, but that meant it was pretty much the only option you ever picked, because healing and drawing cards was just really good. But I'd still run 3 Summon Divine Treasures because it's just so useful. It makes a very wide, it can make a fairly strong board when you play it for enhancements, and as I said, just an all-round good all-round good good Swiss Army knife of a card. It does a bit of everything. Merciless Voiding is an artifact card. Summons artifacts, but it's also played a lot in puppet decks because it makes. First of all, it's a card that makes at least two followers for 1 card, which is 2 for 1's always nice if you're especially counting for destroyed follower numbers. So that's almost always included as a 3 of. It's also nice because the analyzing artifact has last words draw a card, so it draws a card. And if you're going second, it's fairly powerful because it also summons a Mystic Artifact, which is a 2/3 ward. The fanfare doesn't really matter. But yeah, you play this because it's 3 play points for 2 followers. 1 is a 3/1 rush, and 1 is a 2/1 that draws you a card. So, it's fairly good. Angel's Blessing is a kind of card you just put in if you need more card draw, because it's just 3 play points, draw 2 cards. If you're going second, or somehow have some Evo point recovery, which I don't think the deck has anymore, which is a shame, then it's also a bit of healing and is more efficient because you recover 2 play points. So We're kind of getting full, so I won't put any Angel's Blessing in the deck right now. Uranus is a bit of a tech card, but then we're just making the deck a bit too expensive with all that we've already put a bunch of legendaries in the deck. So I'll probably go through some alternatives. Like Lishena you probably do need, but Summon Divine Treasure you could do without. There is probably some cheaper options there. But, right, what are we looking for? There's not really the space anymore for the Kasim package, so I'm just going to skip that for now unless we're doing... There is one legendary card that is pretty important. Yes, and that is Metatron. Who again is another card. I think Metatron is another card in Roar of the Godworm. So I'm pretty sure. I'll double check. So that's another reason to buy that set if you're looking for a puppet deck specifically. Also, Metatron is just a great card in a lot of decks. On the simple side, she's a 2/1. She's a 2 play point 1/4 ward that pings the enemy's face and heals you for 1. Which is nice, it's decent. A 1/4 ward for 2 is pretty good. It can stop a lot of early aggression. But the main reason you play her is for her effect when she's evolved, which is at the end of your turn, if you have more Evo points than the opponent, you get an empty play. You get an empty play point orb. But this typically is something you play on turn 4 when you're going second to kind of. This is the kind of like going second advantage they kind of put in to kind of like make some decks that struggle going second a bit better. But yeah, I'd highly recommend trying to get a set of Metatrons because not only is she great she's very good in Puppet Portal, because being able to ramp in this deck is pretty strong. Because if you get on turn 4 and you play this and evolve it, and then you play any amount of 2-drops both sides, then when you go into turn 5 you'll actually have 6 play points, so you can drop down Orcus on turn 6, and that's a very, very strong turn. Like, setting down Orcus on turn 6 is very hard to deal with unless your opponent is also ramping, which they'll only be doing if they're playing Dragon, or if they just have really good removal options. But yeah, that's why Metatron is especially good in Puppet Portal, because getting Orcus down a turn earlier is very, very strong. So yeah, and then you've got a few other options. So another legendary, but a useful card nonetheless, is Wielder of the Cosmos, which I don't particularly like, but it is a very useful card to have because of how it works. It's basically, it's RNG the card. So when you draw it, it randomly sets its cost to anything between 2 and 10. When you play it, its attack and defense becomes the same as its cost, and then it randomly activates as many a bunch of these effects that finishing off my tea before it gets cold, but it was already cold, but still okay. But yeah, the Wielder of the Cosmos. Basically, for each play point it costs, it gains a random effect from this very long list that basically is a bit of everything. So it'll do a lot of. So if you get a one that's a high cost, it will do a lot of things, but you're never entirely sure because they're all random and they can all trigger multiple times, which is very annoying for some of these, like the Ward, Storm, and Bane ones, which don't actually do anything. We're really there. The Ward, Storm, Bane, the first 4 don't actually do anything. Yeah, it is a very complicated card, but what it does do is it helps you out a lot against. It's a bit of a tech card to deal with control decks, partially because of the evolve effect. So partially because it can just do a bunch of bonkers shit they can't deal with if you play a high play point version, but also because when you evolve it, which has a high chance of being free, so you don't even need Evo points for it, it replaces 10 cards in your deck with itself, which is important because a lot of control decks are built around this guy, which is basically they want to play 50 play points and then they will mill your deck down to 5. Obviously, very bad, but I went to 0, I meant to go to 1. But because Wielder of the Cosmos always puts 10 of himself into the deck, you play you get Barhard, your deck mills down to 5. But then you just play Wielder of the Cosmos and evolve him, and now you have 10 Wielder of the Cosmoses in your deck, and then you just keep playing Wielder of the Cosmoses repeatedly, and nonsense happens. And typically it'll win you the game eventually because a control deck just won't have the kind of options to deal with it. But it's not a necessary card in the deck, but it is if you end up with one. If you end up with one, it's worth putting in, especially if you're losing to a lot of Ultimate Bar decks. But yeah, other cards to consider for... So that's kind of like the basic skeleton. Another legendary card is Calamity's Genesis, but I don't really like it, and it's very complicated, so I'm not going to talk about it. It's another legendary that just kind of like increases the cost a lot. But it's a card I don't like. It does a lot of... It's a very weird and very long card because it's got cards that make cards that make cards that all go back in your deck and then invisors. So yeah, let's look at some cheaper options. So things we can take out. Metatron isn't... So Summon Divine Treasure is a expensive option that you probably don't want to start with. Lashena's pretty vital. I don't think we can cut her, which is a bit of a pain. But so let's limit our choices to bronze and silvers. No golds, no legendaries. So yeah, if you want to take down... So we can probably cut out the Absolute Chastities as an absolute budget option. Just to kind of... So that. And then, like, whilst the Metatron is very strong, I'm going to take it out just to kind of, like, put it, down. So, other... Like, as a really budget, like, additional finisher option, Archangel of Education is alright. Because it's just, you just play it for 7 and it deals 5. It's not great, but against like other low-end decks, it can be pretty good. No, not Perilous Setback, there's a different card I'm thinking. So, where's it? Let's say we want to let's take out, I'd say Licht of Inauspicious and replace him with False Puppeteer. There's a very similar thing, though you get less puppets from it, but you get more if you Evo. And then, right, what other things? So then I'd probably put into some Angel's Blessings, because it's just cheap, it's card draw. Pretty nice. Legend Pathfinder isn't good. That, don't want any of those. As I said, Puppeteer's Strings is very budget because it's a basic card. That's, as I said, can be pretty helpful when you're still building the deck out. And I'd say... Yeah, actually, yeah, I'd say... If you're not running the Absolute, then we could probably fit a couple of Dandy Marionettes in there, just as a... So we just need one card, but I don't want to put another Dandy Marionette because that makes it a bit too... Shoot, so there's probably... Actually, sorry, I'm having a bit of a thing. We can just put in a Kakakuri Servant as another puppet generator. So this is what I'd say is like absolute budget. Like, so you have to have 3 Orcuses. You really should have 3 Lashenas. And you should have at least one jetpack gunner. Like, you're probably going to run out of... I'm going to see if I can probably put some more card draw in here. So I think without Absolute Chastity... Yeah, I think I'll take out Dandy Marionette. I don't think he's very good. But I'm just thinking on card draw options more than anything. Because without Absolute Chastity is a very useful card draw option, so I'm just seeing if there's a good replacement for it. Like, Inner Discovery is not terrible, it cycles, but kind of want something a bit better there. Robopup's pretty alright in, I'd say Robopup can work in Portal. You've got a few artifacts, you've got the Merciless Voidings. I'm just double checking to see if there's nothing I'm missing, but it might be Robopup. What do you do? You're rubbish. You're good. Like Mechanical Analyzer, kind of. Like maybe Mechanical Analyzer because it is draw 2 cards, but you don't have ways of manipulating resonance very well, so it's hard to give it rush, which is a bit awkward. Measuring Disguises can't be attacked, yeah. If you really need like banishing, then the banish effect from Absolute Chastity, then Ultiplane Lifeform is kind of okay, but it is a very budget option and you want to replace it pretty quickly. Yeah, I think for card draw and just low cost followers that synergize okay with puppets, then yeah, where are you? Robopup's pretty alright. It's a fairly simple card. It's a one-player 1-in-1, where if you've got any allied followers in play, which in this case will usually be like a puppet, you destroy one and draw a card. If it happens to be an artifact, which you could only really generate, which you do generate off Lashena. We can't hit our amulets though. So actually no, Lashena doesn't generate anything it can hit. But you can like hit Lashena to just draw a card without destroying something, because that's how that works. But you can also hit like either anything you summon off Merciless Voiding or the artifact from Jetpack Gunner. And and if you do that, it cycles. And like there's a few. Another possible option is Legendary Tome, because you can make some slightly wide boards. And as long as you can get it to so that it hits that 4th option, it's 1 play point 4 damage after 4 turns, admittedly, but that can be another option if you're finding you need a bit more damage. Actually, I'll take out the Kakaguri Servant and put in a full set of Robopups, just so we're not going full out of cards. But yeah. So yeah, this is the absolute minimum budget of the deck, I'd say. Okay, and there's like, you can kind of mix and match a few other options, like Nomadic Conductor's not that bad, but just a simple cycles cards in your hand. So you can cycle out a puppet for a card or whatever, but then you're not using your puppets to like fuse to Orcus, so it's a bit awkward. But still useful. Is that if you find yourself needing some hard removal, then Skewering Snare is a pretty simple option. It's just 3 play once destroy an enemy follower, deal 2 damage. But yeah, so instead, yeah, if we were making this really, really budget, then we take out the Inauspicious Puppeteer and replace it with Kakaguri Servants. But as I said, that's what we can look at it in the proper preview. So this is the deck. One thing you can do is you can make a little QR code of the deck. So you can look at it there. Yeah, so this is absolute budget, minimum budget puppet portal, I'd say. So the nerfs actually made, because before the nerf, I'd say you'd have to have 3 absolute chastities, but so yeah, was that the kind of explanation you were wanting, just going through card by card? I suppose I should also explain like what you're kind of looking for in the mulligan, which admittedly is, yeah. Oh, that's good. I'm glad I like it, but yeah, it's a quick guide on the mulligan is obviously you want to try and get young thread. Actually, I know what's a good. But if you're, yeah. Sorry, I'll go back to the preview and just kind of explain this. The mulligan is you'd want young threadmasters and your other low-cost puppet, young threadmasters, tinkering shopkeepers, and craftsman pride. Is you want at least one of these 3 cards in your opening hand, because you want to be able to, because you work best when you start playing things right from the get-go on turn 1. So you just want to be putting stuff on the board as soon as possible, and like using puppets aggressively to take out your opponent's stuff. You want one of these, so ideally you'd have one of these, a 2-drop of some variety. Like any of all of your 2-drops are good things to have, and Orcus in your hand. That's like your ideal starting hand. Because like Orcus from your hand means you can start fusing on turn 1 and making some very powerful, efficient trades, because the 2/1 puppets you get from fusing her, having one of those every turn can quite efficiently deal with a lot of boards. Only keep Angel's Blessing in your hand if you're going second. If not, don't keep it. But if you have it and it's turn 3 and you don't need to push, you don't have Merciless Voiding in your hand, or your opponent's not got a particularly scary board on play, then just play it, because it's not getting any easier to play if you're not going to get the play point refund effect from having more Evo points than your opponent. Only really, again, play Jetpack Gunner if it's going to either kill your opponent or save your life, because you kind of need it to kill. Keeping Lashena going second is very strong. She's not usually worth keeping going first, but she's definitely worth keeping if you have her in your initial hand going second, because Lashena Evo on turn 4 is very strong. Instead, when you're picking a card, almost always you pick New Destruction, because again, it's one of your main sources of damage. As far as playing it, you might want to save it until you're just killing them for using it as basically a 0 play point 4 damage, rather than worrying about the start of turn damage. But in a lot of cases, you'll play it. If you haven't got anything better to do, it's still worth playing it. And the reason is because it takes up space on your board, so if you're so it might hurt your ability to make like a wide board of puppets if you want to do that, because your board can get quite wide, and locking up your board slot with the amulets can be a bit of a pain, because they are also impossible to remove. But unless your opponent is playing Havencraft and they're playing Spiritual Blow, which I believe is the only card that can banish enemy amulets in the current rotation. And then, yeah, I think Puppeteer Strings is one of those is a basic card that's actually stood up pretty well. Like, it is not quite enough to be in like a full proper constructed deck, but anything below that, it's pretty damn good. Especially when you're dealing with, especially I think right now, it can be pretty handy, because you're going to be playing against a lot of people play Artifact, which makes wide but small boards as well, and this can yeah, it can really quite it can dent the board a lot, and like 1 damage to everything, and then 3 puppets can clear out a lot of stuff on turn 4, or 5. Especially if you can like fuse one of them to an Orcus, or play a enhanced puppet alongside it. So like this will still, like, in most cases it can still clear a board. But especially if you've got some other puppets already in hand. And again, if you've got Orcus, if you've got... Yeah, that's the main strength of a puppet deck, is generally you're always able to trade off your stuff efficiently, and you keep a board open whilst your opponent doesn't get to have a board, basically. Because you're playing stuff to make puppets, and then the puppets are trading the boards whilst your stuff is just going face. So you kind of whittle them down until you have a big kind of finisher turn that involves Orcus or Jetpack Gunner, and usually a Lashena Amulet or 2. So yeah, that I think covers the deck as a basic. So yeah, as I showed you what I kind of put in as upgrades. Another useful card that you can consider is a gold card. The useful golds to kind of upgrade the deck is thank you. Yes, I've just lost a few. There's a useful card to the deck is Guiding Bellringer Angel, which it's a 0/2/2 2 play point ward that has a damage shield like Divine Shield if you've played Hearthstone many times, but yeah, just eats a hit of damage, and it's got Last Word draw card, so it's a very useful card to kind of like slow your opponent down. And also it's got a fairly strong evolve effect because it draws you a card and then it gets it draws you a card and then it gets stats equal to half the number of your captains in your hand, so it can get she can get quite large, especially if she's like been left on the board for a turn, so she can go face. So that's Guiding's a very good value craft because she can go in basically any deck that isn't like hyper aggressive. But Greater Will is another alright card as a kind of a tech option for dealing with like either a large follower or large leader damage, like large effects from your opponent's leader. Obviously doesn't stop any kind of spells or fanfares, but can be useful. Like, I wouldn't run more than one of it, because it's just, in this deck, it's just a tech option. There are other, like, Runecraft decks would probably run more than one or two of it, because they like cards to cycle. And then there's obviously, just go through, I'm just checking through another few, gold options. Fina's kind of a tech card, but isn't really used that much. And Glittering Angel hasn't really been that useful. Not that many people are running powerful invokes right now. And Cyclical Fate is not useful at all. Does Aral do much? No, Aral doesn't do much in this deck. So yeah, that is... I'm gonna save this deck as budget. What? But yeah, no, I think, yeah. Okay, well, I'm glad to have been helpful for you in that way. As sad as there isn't that much for it to be found elsewhere. Maybe I'll have to start doing it, but I'll have to, like, if I do consider, like, doing that as a thing, I might have to, like, it will be a while, because I'll have to, like, learn some basic video editing or have money to hire someone to do video editing for me. But, if I get to that point, that's definitely a consideration of stuff I can do. I could put it on YouTube. But yeah, no, so remember. I gotta remember to. But yeah, I just want more people to enjoy Shadowverse, and when I hear about these kinds of obstacles, I'm just like, no, why aren't people? Like, I kind of understand why, like, experienced players don't typically do this kind of thing, because a lot of the process of, like, making a deck, like, someone who's played hours and hours and hours of Shadowverse, like me, but like people who've played even more hours, a lot of the process of deck building and even playing cards becomes very automatic, so you just kind of assume that they're kind of intuitive and easy to pick up, but for some people that still might not be. So yeah, anyway, let's give that a nice sleeve. Well, it's a portal deck with Silver as the leader, so we have to put Song as the sleeves, that's the rules. But yeah, now that that section of the stream is done, say it's time for the more limited event, is that they've got another puzzle event. This time is based on the, as I said, based on the because they released the Shadowverse anime flame set. I haven't actually read any of the story because I don't care. But yeah, they got puzzles. I did a few of them already because I did the kind of like really easy ones that didn't really that weren't really. Yeah, definitely in the future of content, when I'm feeling more confident, when I've got like the skills or the people helping or paying the people I can like hire to do like basic video editing, I might consider putting out some like deck guides, but I'm not putting out some kind of like card by card deck guides. Then I'll put them on YouTube or something. But again, that's like, don't expect that anytime. As much as I'd like to say, don't expect that anytime soon, because again, I have to either learn the video editing or pay someone to learn the video editing, and either of those is going to take me some time to get to. But yeah, we've got some more puzzles. I did some puzzles on stream previously, back when it was the Chikawa crossover, and now they've got some puzzles for the anime crossover. Is that I thought I'd clear at least all the experienced ones, but this yeah, because I'd like to. Yeah, because I'd like to like at least have like descriptions, the words on screen, and taking out, and like when you're making a video like on a stream, I've got a lot of like stuttering, I've got a lot of repeating phrases, I'm tripping over myself in words a lot because it's all live and I'm not like an expert radio host or whatever. But obviously if I can get and like that explanation of that deck took like an hour, and obviously if I can cut that down but still keep all the content, that's going to, more people are gonna watch it. And more people are going to play and more people will learn and hopefully play Shadowverse, because like an hour-long video is a bit intimidating, but like a 40-minute video better. But yeah, it's definitely something in the kind of long-term plans thing. But yeah, expect that maybe sometime next year or something. Because I think even if I consider it now-ish, I think I'm going to start getting up. By the time I'd like be ready to do stuff, it's going to be like Christmas, and I'll be really busy around then because my family will be bothering me. So yeah, I'm very glad I was helpful to you, Evelyn. That makes me very happy. And now we can do a bit of brainstorming over these puzzles. So I did the everything I did, because this forest one was kind of stumping me a bit. Haha, forest stump. So I thought, oh, this is getting too complicated, but no problem. As I said, I like explaining things. I like explaining things to people, and Shadowverse is something I've played a lot of that I can explain a lot of to people. So it makes me it makes me happy to do. But we're all benefiting each other here. and it like lets me fill out the video with something, fill out the stream with something that I wouldn't normally be doing, because usually I'd just be playing through. Adding more diverse content to the stream will make more people happy and have more people come along, and I'll grow and improve, and everyone benefits, especially me. But yeah, this I tried to get all the experience quests puzzles done, but this forest one was really really baffling me. So I'm going to show you, because I've gotten close to it, but not entirely sure how to proceed onwards. So it sets it up with this kind of annoying board of wards, but we have a Cosmos Fang in play. It is already evolved, so we can't just bounce their board from that. So we do have to trade things in, and we've got a lot of cheap cards, a bounce, and a carbuncle. So we looked at the hint before. The hint is just to attack with all your storm followers, basically, because you've got a Jabera Bear here that gets storm, you've got Phantom Loom Predator which gets storm, and you've got the Cosmos Fang that's already in play. And you need to deal 19 damage but obviously after clearing this board. Okay, well, as said, lovely to have you here. I'm glad you enjoy my content. As said, I'll put out like a small I'll do a basic like highlight clipping of this section of the guide section of the video, and you'll be able to check that out on Twitch, and I'll put it up as a separate VOD on the YouTube channel as well. Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good dinner and a good night. And yes, that was a lovely little diversion. And now it's time for me to get frustrated trying to rack my brain. So this is like, I've gotten close, because I feel like I have to play this carbuncle because I want to reduce the cost of everything in my hand, right? So I play that. And then play that to get an Evo point back, because I need an Evo point in this situation at some point at the very least. But then I'm like, okay, so to do everything, I kind of need the play point refund. Now you could get back to talking shit, kid. So this is what I've been, well, I'll kind of like go through how I've been trying to do it. So do that, trade that with that to make board space, and then we start using the Precocious Felper Kitten to trade off things, and then what we do is we bounce the kitten with a Fairy Healer, then we play then we bounce the Fairy Healer, bounce the kitten again, because we're trying to get as many bounces in as possible to boost up the Cosmos Fang a lot. Because of course we have to do a lot of damage to their face. It's like, as all puzzles, your deck is entirely filled with Goliaths, so... Oop, I have made a mistake. I was, Okay, so let's start that again. So we carbuncle. We play the Sparkle for the Evo point. We evolve the carbuncle to get our play points back. Get some of our play points back, because we need as many as we need all of them. Need to take out that ward. Precocious. Fairy Healer. Precocious again. We bounce the fairy healer. We reduce the cost of the fairy healer. Very important. And then we bounce the precocious fell bucket again. This is where things get a bit awkward. So how close are we? We're at 3 out of 5, so we need to bounce. Yeah, we bounce any 2 of these really. We bounce that with that, and then we bounce Precocious with Phantom Bloom. And now Gabero has Storm also. And then the thing is, there's the attack with everything. And we're 3 off. And I have no idea how to get that extra 3. As far as I can tell, that's like the maximum possible amount of bounces I can do out of that hand. So unless I can get another... Oh, I'm stupid. I know what I need to do. I was so focused on the Okay, yeah, I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I think the fairy healer was the wrong thing to hit. Kind of, well. And then we use that to bounce that, and then I think either Woodland or Fairy Healer in this case, because I think... Okay, yeah, I think... Then we hit face with that. Bounce him. Cost, reduce that with Slade. And then we bounce this. Hit face again. And then we've got a bounce. Okay, yeah, I think I've got this. I think I was just being... I was being foolish, then we bounce that. And moment of truth, is this... Yeah, that's 5, that's 12. Okay, yeah. For some reason I forgot the vital part of Phantom Bloom Patatro is by bouncing it a lot, you can hit with it more than once. Yeah, we've cleared all the experience puzzles and other things. Now it's time for the real challenge, the expert puzzles. I have not looked at it all before. It's not even the expert, there's even harder puzzles after this. Ooh dear, what the hell? They've got a Sagacious Core, Majestic Sorcery, so the question is, what does... We don't have, there's no battle log, so we can very much assume that nothing in our... So nothing in our, we don't have any, like, other Mysteria followers in our bin, so the only thing that Majestic Sorcery can animate is the follower from Mysterian Circle and Greya. And we can, so we're probably evolving Greya at some point, but the question is that before or after the Majestic Sorcery? Obviously, we kind of want to knock down all these Mountain Gyguses to 5, so that Majestic Sorcery clears them out. I don't think we're probably not going to get to. Oh god, this is really confusing. Things we might need to use that Verdict Ritual for face damage. Also, we need to get them down to 7 if we're going to play this Nova Flare. Is there anything we need to play before starting to spell boost, is the question. And the Solomon, I don't think are useful because we have to assume that the deck is full of Goliaths, so it's mostly, so probably not that useful. Crystal Fencer does, so yeah, I don't think there's anything. Well, Eleanor we want to play before then, so we can get the Splendid Conjury spell boosted. So that's that one down to, well, then we boost there. I think we don't want to evolve Greya yet because then we'd get too many play points back. So then I think we take out shoot that one to knock it down to a more. You evolve Greya to get a whole load of play points back. Actually, not as much as I thought. Yeah, not quite enough. Okay. I'm gonna check the hint. Okay, so we do need to. So we need to spell boost Eleanor. While playing a spell boost, Eleanor that's been spell boosted. So we do 10 times. Okay, so let's focus on. We do that, and then we. How many spell boosts do we need? 7. If I do this... I'd like to... Yeah, we got too many in hand, so I'm trying to save attacks for until after we've played the Eleanor, but we need to make some board space, so I think we do trade in that to make some board space. And play that to get that, which gives us a whole load more stuff. There's a Goliaths. That doesn't do much. Yeah, that was... Okay, so that makes that cost. But then we're still not... Yeah, that doesn't do anything. What? Okay, this is really... Forgot, yeah, Majestic Sorcery does not, hit the boards. No, we don't want to spell boost just yet. We want to... This is really... This certainly is a brain tingler. How many times have you used spell boosted now, so... But now I don't have... Still not seeing how I how I actually clear the board. This is... This is a Mysteria follower, good to know. We still got to deal. Yeah, the Seal of the Solomon's useless. It only pulls out. Oh, Seal of the Solomon reduces the cost of the card, so. What are we? Oh, I see a line here. We need to Mysterian Wisdom Clark so that he's in our deck, so that the Ring of Solomon pulls him and reduces his cost to 0, so that we can recover all our play points and then do something. I'm not entirely sure. Probably Nova Flare. So yeah, we need to get. So we need to knock these guys down to 7 because we'll be playing Majestic Sorcery and Nova Flare. But then the question is, how do we actually do that? It's like one of those hit with the Celestial Shikigami hits for. It's one down to. Okay, so how to do that? So first things first, let's spell boost a bunch so that the Impalement Arts is active. And spell boost at 7, so now we want to make room for Solomon. Okay, okay. Now we bonk one of that like that. Okay. So we need to get this to. Now we played that, we can start making some space in our hand. Yeah, but we're oh no, yeah, we can hit it. So then we hit that, which also spell boosts a bunch. Then we Mysterious Wisdom, putting Clark into play. Now we can Seal of Solomon Clark, who now costs 0 and gives us all our play points back. And then we do this. We play the Mysterian Circle first, so that. And then we. Hey! Oh. What? Oh, the Golem isn't a Mysteria follower. Fuck. Okay, so we can clear the board, we just have to figure out how the fuck we actually kill. So does that mean we want to, so that means we want to evolve after evolve what we've built off the majestic sorcery. So that's the last dilemma here, is figuring out how to... But then that's only 2 more damage. Okay, so clearly then we have to... So in terms of other damage we can get off the deck, it's just Impalement Arts. So we have to Impalement Arts face then, is what that's telling me. Need to Impalement Arts face and save an Evo for... Yeah, Eleanor Evo doesn't matter. Okay, but then how do we get to, we need the board space as well, though. This sucks. Let's try Impalement Artsing face to start with. Because then we need to Evo the Great to get more, to get our Evo points and to get contacts, and also she bumps one of the things, so I'm really not entirely sure how I'm supposed to... That was a mistake. Okay, so... Because we need to evolve Rhea because we need the play point refund. And no, that's not one because we need to make the space. As she's been spell boosted 10 times, so we can. But then we're not going to get Yeah, I'm still not seeing how this kills. Yeah, we do that because we need to make space. Let me hit one of these. Okay, yeah, we still do damage, but then we're still not killing. Now we are. No, now we're one off. Fuck. This one's really a hint. Okay, that hint. Because yeah, we play it and we lose. Yeah, this one's really... Don't know if I'll keep going with this, because this one's really... I'm really not seeing it. Because we don't use impalement arts to hit the Gygases. And yeah, nothing else in our hand is Mysteria. So this will only bring us some Carbuncle and Greyer. That's the only followers it brings us. Maybe we do one impalement there and one impalement face. Instead of evoing, oh, we still need to. Nothing really has evo effects, like Eleanor's evo effect is meaningless, Clark has no evo effect, Solomon has. The only evo effect we get is Greyer. And Grey's is the one that recovers our play points. So I really don't see how we do... Maybe we don't trade in Greyer at all. Just leave her evoed up and we only reanimate the Carbuncle. But anyway, we've got our Seal of Solomon at zero cost, so we play Mr. Solomon himself. And then we insight, because we're trying to get it up to insight. I keep thinking we have to make some space, but of course Mysterian Wisdom makes some full space because you're putting a card out from your hand of the deck, so we can actually Mysterian Wisdom right now, which might be a little better. Let's do this. Not that down. Not that down. Get the Seal of Solomon to get zero cost Clark. Throw out the zero cost Clark to get. And then we Styrian Missile, one of those. Nova Flare. Yeah, I'm not seeing how we get these last two. This, because we have to hit this, because otherwise we don't clear. And with 3 damage off, where do we get that 3 damage from? Because even if I do it the other way, like the only other way to get that another 3 damage is getting getting the Verdict Essence ritual. But then we don't get enough play points to. Okay, let's try. Let's try that. Let's try just playing the Clark from the outset rather than. But then what the hell are we doing with the Oh no, we don't. There's no way for us to get Rhea back into our hand. So our only other Seal of Solomon target is Grimoire Sorcerer, who's a bit useless. But guess we gotta try. So I think starting with the Crystal Venture is probably, because anything under 3 that costs under 4, we're going to means the seal is only going to get a Goliath, which is useless. So it has to be something that's 4 or greater, which in our options are either Clark or Grimoire Sorcerer. Okay, so I'm gonna start. Start with Crystal Fencer. Because the Earthright doesn't really matter. We don't care about drawing a card, so it's actually better for us not to have the Earthright amulet in our hand. But then we don't have enough play points to do everything we want if we play Clark, because that's 4 play points. That's a lot of play points we use up. I mean, we get 4 play points back from... Okay, let's just try this. Let's... We do this to make the initial board space so that we can play Solomon. And then we... Leave Verdict Ritual the face. Bonk that. Play. Eleanor, so the Seal of Solomon is just here for to be a 0 cost card. But now we don't have any way to play any of these other cards. So we don't have any play point refunds. Unless there's something hiding in the deck somehow. Yeah, no, it's just Goliaths. And now we don't have enough, we can't even play Majestic Sorcery. So we need to put Clark back in our hand, back in our deck through Mysterian Wisdom. So otherwise we just don't have enough play points to do anything, but we need to play Clark's Acceleration to deal enough damage. We can only deal 5... Yeah, I don't get this. Yeah, there's no... I'm not seeing... Like, the only other thing is, using both Impalement Arts on the face. And instead of, evolving this Greyer, we, trade it in now to make space. And then I guess we trade in this one to get Eleanor to 10. But now we can't get Clark back into our hand without evoing. Yeah. Okay, that doesn't actually do much, but we need to get our yeah, don't think this yeah, I don't. If only Mysterian Circle made the Golem a Mysteria follower somehow, then we'd be golden. But it doesn't. And now we don't have enough to remove the entire board. Because we used... yeah. Yeah, I cannot see how to do this one. One's really like there's no auto evos, so we can't make use of that. Clark's Fanfare is rubbish. Clark's Accelerate is rubbish because we need... Yep, I give up. I'm too... I really need the bathroom, so I'm going to give up. And, because I'm not having fun. I'm not having fun with this. I want to play the game. Puzzle's over. I might just look this up. This is not... That's not a fun puzzle to figure out. I might come back to that later, but I'm going to have a quick break because I really need to go to the bathroom. So, just a moment. Ah, and I'm back. Sorry, that was really needed that. And it was like I was getting better. Go home so I get the daily bonus. But yeah, no idea how it's supposed to squeeze more damage. I guess you have to try and avoid attacking with Freya after we've evoed her, maybe? We don't want to, maybe we don't want to trade it. Yeah, let's see if we can... but how... Okay, we've got all the bonuses from the tie-in event. That. I just want to give that another quick look. Thank you for the welcome back. Activated. Yeah, I just want to give this another quick look because it's so if we use both things, we have to use both impalement arts to kind of hit the damage itch. What I'm actually thinking is maybe we start doing these trades first. Right, so we still need to get 3 spell boosts from somewhere. No, we can't Evo yet because we'll draw too many cards. Maybe we can be able to... So we need to throw it. We're trying to throw as much damage first. So let's do. Let's do that. I don't know. Eleanor has been. Well, you kind of wasted one of it. Now I'm going to evolve Freya specifically. So we want to insight first, but now our Seal of Solomon isn't going to get anywhere near close enough. It needs to be 10 at least. Yeah, no, this has not worked as a plan. We need to get as many, we need to hold off on as many attacks as possible before playing Eleanor, so we kind of have to play Crystal Fencer first. Yeah, there only is a way to get both of the Clark's Accelerate and his Fanfare. But our only way of copying a card is a turn after the next turn, which doesn't help us a lot. Do a different, no, we don't get different hints. So, no advanced hints. Yeah, no, I can't be bothered. Cannot be bothered. I want to play some proper games now. I've had enough puzzles. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the lines here. And I'm not going to bother doing any of the harder puzzles if that's what they're like. I'm not going to even look at them. I'm done. Had enough. I just want to play some honest Shadowverse. I'm going to play what the people want. And what the people want is chess. So there's actually, chess got, there was a pretty major balance, patch in the beginning of this week. Yes, and the main thing they did for chess is they reduced the base cost of Mystic King from 16 play points to 13. So that means after his initial cost reduction, he only costs 5, which makes him pretty good because you can start playing some more stuff alongside him. Which is probably still not going to make the deck like top tier, but it makes it a lot more playable. And so I found this deck online. This is slightly tweaked because their deck list had 3 Uranuses and I only have 2, and I haven't bothered. I'm too poor to craft another one. And I'm kind of like hoping I'll get one in a pack soon, maybe. But it kind of took out the spell boost half of it that wasn't really doing that much, and just replaced it with a whole load of card draw and counter magic. And Sorcerer's Standoff, which turns out is a very good... When you have all the card draw, it's a very good way of having your board clear, because then if Mystic King is a 0 cost even, then you can Mystic King and Sorcerer Standoff, and that clears your opponent's board, heals you, you have the king. There's a lot of things you can play alongside, or you can play it alongside some Magical Knights. It also includes one Yukishima, not for his Evolve effect, which is why he's usually put in the deck, but mostly for his Enhance effect. You see, like, a 1 of Yukishima is pretty common in a lot of Runecraft decks now, because his Enhance 9 is a very good finisher. Because it's by the time you get to turn 9, you've probably drawn at least 20 cards or more, and so if your opponent's got less than... So it can just kill your opponent quite happily. Like, if they have a small board or they've got a large board but low health, then he's just going to kill. His Enhance is just going to kill. You can... In this deck, you can play him for on his Evolve, because it's still useful for, like, giving you a bit of extra board clear more than anything. Like, buffing your followers isn't that useful. Like, any buffs on, like buffing Magical Knight's okay, but nothing else really benefits that much, apart from maybe Thunder God if you want to end up hard playing it, but nothing else in the deck has Storm. So it's mostly just a handy buff effect. But at least that's how I see it. I haven't actually seen this deck, anyone else playing this deck, but I assume you run Yukishima mainly for killing people. Because the nice thing is, by a combination of Mystic Kings and Magical Knights and just general and Uranus, you can generally keep, and just generally strong board presence, you can generally keep your opponent's health down pretty low, so that they can happily be in range of the Yukishima shot, or just a second Mystic King. So that's the deck we're going to use. It's the deck I'm going to play, and hopefully we won't get run over by Artifact Portal, because they nerfed a lot of decks. They nerfed Puppet Portal, they nerfed... and mostly just Portal in general, because they nerfed Divine Treasures. And I don't think they nerfed anything else. It was just Absolute Modesty. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep this entire hand, I think. This is just a lot of pawns! Because you can't play the card Siren 1, but hopefully play on 2. They're probably playing Spell Boost. Oh, that's a... yeah, I want to play Thunder God of the Tempest on 1. Like, either Thunder God or Sacred Bird is fine on turn 1. But... yeah. They're probably playing Spell Boost. Because Spell Boost Rune is still doing pretty good, and it's still better than Chess Rune. They're probably a bit confused by the... Okay, that's good. That doesn't pressure the board, and then we can just card seal that for the additional work, and then we can Insight and Sacred Bird just draw some cards. Get those. There was a One Punch Man collab, yes. So they're just kind of sitting there drawing cards. Okay, they're clearing our board at least, and they're giving us something to trade into, which is pretty good, because we kind of actually need the board space. So yeah, they're just playing spell boost, so I kind of want to save this counter magic for when I think they're going to save one of these counter magics for when I think they're going to drop Kuon, which is usually like turn 6. But for this turn we've got our standard Milady turn. I'll hit with that just to keep us on a wider board, because Spellboost usually doesn't have many options for a wider board. They may be disconnecting. Is that maybe they thought we were taking too long or whatever. So yeah, depending on I'm just gonna look what they've actually played cards, opponent. They haven't played that much spell boost, so we might not see Yukushima turn 6, so I might want to save these counter magics for turn. And they also might not be might not be hitting, so they're running Baha in the deck, which that might just be a one-off. That was a very lucky hit on the Baha, by the way, hitting the one thing that wasn't a 1/1. They're just drawing a lot of cards. This does leave us with a bit of board lock. So what's our pawn count? Use magical pawns that play. We only have one in play, so by the time these all leave play, we'll hit two. So I think I'm just going to start with an Angel's Blessing. See what we get. That's not particularly. So I'm just going to prep one of these counter magics. Then they might not be expecting the second counter magic. Should have evoed the animated pawn. But I'm not going to waste an evo here, even though it might be a good idea just to push pressure on the board. But we don't have a king in play anyway, so hitting eight pawns isn't that important. Obviously, we want to try and at least hit 8 pawns next turn. No. The counter magics keep hitting the best. Okay, so they're putting stuff on the board at least, so we can trade into them, make some space. Like, that actually helps us a fair bit, because that means we can just in order to guarantee we get... I'm actually going to send this pawn to face so we knock off their counter magic shield. At the very least, and then yeah, I'll go. What's our point? 4 out of 8, so we're still a ways off, and then we can... Yeah, that's still... So we're still not going to get our king discount this turn, but we can pretty much guarantee it. I'm just thinking about how I want to play this, because that is too much. I'm going to card Seer. Just either of these pawns, it doesn't really matter. And then, yeah, just card Seer it. Leave it at that. We've still got our counter magic shield up. If we play a magical pawn, we don't lose anything. So we just, hopefully we can get these two killed off. Yeah. Onion Lady, we don't usually see her very often. Now, that was the one thing we didn't want to hit, but it's, again, this is all pretty, actually, Okay, so Sorcerer Standoff is pretty good. That will make a good combo turn when we play the king. Right, so now we've got our 5 active. So I'm going to start with magical. I'm going to hit face with this, I think. Yeah, 'cause if we play a magical knight, that'll summon 2 pawns. They both have 2/1 and rush, so you can deal with that. And then what else do I want to do? I'm going to, whilst we can, I'm going to play this Angel's Blessing. More cards. Is there anything we really want to get rid of? Because with the Story for a Lifetime, we're going to... I think I'm just going to then Magical Strategy. Let's knock out one of those. We are looking at a bit too many cards in hand, so let's just knock that one down. And then I'm gonna Evo to push some damage. Because it's still not too concerned about of course that knocks off our that's the goose thing with Birdie, that knocks off our counter magic shield. But ooh, that's really... Oh my god, what the fuck? The fuck is that turn? Almost killed us. I forgot about the fact that of course, the Onion Patch knocked the shield. I should have played Magical Rook. I'm a dumbass. Okay, how the fuck do we... So I think we got to Mystic King, at least, at the very least. Okay. And then Mystic King Evo, because we need him to punch something. Blah. Blah. I have to do a whole lot of trading to try and not die, but possibly still die. I really should have played the Magical Rook so that the Onion Patch couldn't just hit off our counter magic shield for free. That was a big oops. Oh shit, and now we don't have enough play points. Yeah, we've lost this. The Onion Lady was our undoing. Especially because that Orchestral Mage was healed all the damage. Yep, no. Oh. Yeah. I didn't think about the Onion. I completely forgot about the Onion and the fact that it effectively has Storm and can just punch off our damage shield. But even then, we were probably in a pretty bad spot. But yeah, we got Onioned. Lots of other Runecraft players. Again, they're probably playing Spell Boost, and I don't actually know how well we do against Spell Boost. We don't want Mystic King in our opening hand, and better Thunder God than Sacred Bird. Well, we're just drawing a lot of cards at the moment. I'm actually going to get these out of the way first. So you got either a Magical Rook or a card that... Yeah, that's not particularly useful. So they're playing... Oh, I've hit enter too quickly. There's a insight there. Can I draw a card that I can actually... Okay, that's good. Still not great. I suppose these magical knights will quickly accelerate into much more once we start playing them. Okay, that's a lot better. It's not really worth doing that with Uranus. We want to save the Uranus for when he gets the free Evo. And we trade him because we want to get less likely to be board locked. Also, 4 HP, as we've learned, 4 HP is a lot more vital because it means we don't get fucking burning cards, which is always a good sign for us. That would be Chakram Wizards. They're burning a lot of cards, but they've also got a lot of cards in hand, which is scary. Okay, so they've got counter magic up. Isn't too big of a deal. Alright, so it's time to start dropping some knights. So we can do this. Then we can drop a third knight. So this would be a very nasty turn for them if... Let's see, we don't really want to play Sorcerer's Standoff here. So what I'll do is... Oh. Yeah, bonk that, save the Uranus. Story of a Lifetime, so that we're under 20 next turn. Our Story of a Lifetime, the Sacred Bird, because it's just being a bit of an annoying card in our hand. And then our Story of a Lifetime, one of these Sorcerer Standoffs, because we don't really need to. We shouldn't need to. Yeah. That worked out pretty well. We got a king in hand who will start getting discounted. So it depends if we want to play the king next turn, though we don't, or wait until we can play Sorcerer Standoff alongside it. Or we just want to punish with Uranus. That is... Okay, that's not a... At least that's not a super active one, though. That is cleaning the board, so... Yeah, I think we just want to Sorcerer Standoff this board. Like, it'll give them a bunch of spell boosts, so we'll probably get hit by... Okay, that's a bit annoying. But we can... Okay, yeah, we can, like, heal a lot of this damage. And, like, they'll have their second... Playing this means they have a second Kuon in hand. But I really don't see a better option. So... Yes. Magical Rook. Evo it to get the play points back. Bump this with the pawn. Play points and the heal. Once with the pawns. And Sorcerer's Standoff to clear the board. Would have liked that counter magic earlier. So now we have a 0-cost Mystic King. We can hopefully do a lot next turn. The Raining Blades and Orchestral Mages are really annoying me. That's not Kuon. That puts us in a very strong... That means... Oh no, there's the Kuon. So this one's probably spell boosted 15 times. Yeah. They're not, at least they're not, hitting us with the, Okay, but we can, this is very manageable. So, we... bomb that with one of those. Then we use Uranus to banish that so they don't get the spell boosts. And then we bonk that to deal 3. And we're just doing a whole lot of bonking, really. And then, yeah, I think Magical Root. Bonk 1 and counter magic 2 deal. Probably I wanted to try and get some card draw done, but hopefully they don't have a third Kuon in hand. Or a bunch of... Damn it! They had the third Kuon, but is it spell boosted 15 times? It is! You fuckers! But I think... Oh, but they can trade, they can kill the king, but then they might still die to Yukushima. And we don't have another king in hand. Yukushima's not quite enough, so yeah, they'll... Either that for 6, and trade that in there. And now they're putting a bunch of defense on the board, and healing. Fuck, Orchestral Mage, why does it have Drain? They have another Raining Blades? Oh. I can see why Orchestral Mage is in Spell Boost Rune. It's just recovery after recovery after recovery. But like, the main thing is if they Yukushima here, that still wipes their board and they're running out of cards, so I'm going to do it anyway. Like, because that's our best shot, really. Nothing else we can do kills them, so they're just going to Yukushima us to death. Didn't think of... 31 damage! Their Yukushima's a lot stronger than us because they nearly drew their entire bloody deck. Oh, fucking... Like, we just straight up lose to Spell Boost. I don't think... Guess is good enough yet, because yeah, Spell Boost is just straight up better. And our main source of... like... killing doesn't work when they just have bigger boards. Okay, so enough Spell Boost, enough chess, it's getting too depressing, we're losing too much. Let's play a deck that wins. Artifact Portal, it's doing very well right now. Or at least it's very popular, which means by now that we've started playing it, we're going to hit the mirror and lose. It's okay, I'm not going to lose. I'm going to do... Okay, so Dragoncraft. We should be pretty favored against Dragoncraft. It's hard to, like, consider luck in that regard when, like, they've got so much card draw. They are basically drawing their entire deck. So it's hard to call them lucky draws in that regard, like that. Like, because that's one of the things they do. They draw basically their entire deck over the course of the game. Okay, I'm going to hold on to this Robopup, I think. I can play this in at Discovery. It's like we're not putting too much pressure on them. They're ramping a lot, which is scary. But, I'm gonna play one of these all blast gunners anyway. Because we've got two. And depending if they kill off this analyzing, then we'll either cyclical. Okay, that's a pretty, because they can't, evo that. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cyclical fate, but not play the Deus Ex Machina this turn. I'm going to play it next turn. I'm going to set up full blast this turn. Because then we can Deus Ex, play a bunch of analyzing artifacts in a single turn. Let's push a bit of face damage. They're probably going to heal it anyway. But yeah, next turn we get to like do a little bit of a pop off. Because yeah, I can figure they were probably going to see, if they played C-Long there, they probably had another one in hand. Yeah, maybe, but also our deck was just a bit iffy. So they're ramping really hard. So they're probably going to try and infinite flame combos, but we just have a lot of shit to play this turn. And possibly too much shit. So let's just try and play as much as possible. So this is good old artifact portal where you're just like, I have too many cards to play. Right, we want to keep this hand, so we're going. Actually, we can do this. That. So we're not at fix, and yeah, that's just a spicy board. Do we want Zerk to knock us into resonance? I think we do. So let's just. She's not active, so we're not, yeah. Hopefully we don't draw anything important. Ew, that would have been nice to have, but oh well. This is better. Okay, so they're going to try and bar us, so we have to kill them before that happens. Because they're playing a lot of their healing out anyway. But yeah, this is... Dragon's very scary. Especially if they get their, So yeah, they're already at 10 play points. They've ramped so quickly. Then Dragon just has so much ramped at this these days. Like, that doesn't bother me too much. Thing is, now our all our shit is active. What's their play point counter? They've ramped up a lot, but they haven't actually. So let's just. No time for thinking. We play the cards till there aren't any more. We do have to be careful about our actual play point counts, so let's. So close yet so far. Oh, we got fucking Infiniflame Dragon, of course. I forgot that's how that works. Completely forgot about that card. So who the fuck plays in... I mean, it's actually pretty common in Dragoncraft decks these days, but oh! Yeah, we just got fucking ramped. And we didn't have... What we needed there was the really powerful board... Well, was any of our combos. We needed a Genesis artifact, basically. We didn't get Genesis artifact, so we lost. We did not draw it at all. It's a very important part of being able to kill our opponent. If we had... Okay, I don't want to keep any of these cards. It's slightly better, but not that great. I think Swordcraft. I haven't seen that much Swordcraft, but it's apparently doing pretty well on ladder. It says we're not going second, so we might as well play that on turn 1. Say hello. We got a fairly standard first few turns here. Metatron is very annoying. Slightly added, like that's what I was saying, our Metatron just as a 4-1 is very annoying. Because very few things like actually like punch through it evenly. But it was very good we did that because then they didn't have a target for Badab Kappa. That's actually kind of annoying because our only option to Burial Rite is this Deus Ex, so I'm going to have to trade first and hope. Ah, what the fuck are these cards? Because I don't want... I'm just going to, Ugh. That's really annoying that we didn't have any other followers in hand. Because now our DSX is going to burn all these. I don't want them to do that, so I'm not actually going to do that. Yeah, I'm going to do this maneuver, because I need to actually use these cards that are in my hand. And then hopefully Deus Ex next turn. We'll get our free Evo on that. So we can take out both of their things. Their deck is very weird. I don't think I've seen them play any Swordcraft cards so far. What do they actually play? Yeah, they've played, so far they've played entirely neutral followers. I wonder if there's a weird gimmick to their deck or it's just what they've drawn. Because they're all neutral followers that, like, you see play in Swordcraft, except for, This is really annoying because Deus Ex isn't going, we're not going to be... Okay, there's a Swordcraft card, there's Musketeers now. Very annoying board, actually. Oh, what are these fucking draws? This is awful. Like, we might as well do that because we've got the play points for it, but this is awful. This is like absolutely terrible. Like, we're gonna get hit for an annoying amount next turn, but we have to deal with that guy. There's nothing you can do. At least next turn we get our Deus Ex off, but goddamn! What the fuck are these draws? We've drawn all our Melodies returns, but no good targets for them. And 2 supersonic breakthroughs. We've drawn very little in the way of, like, Ugh, and now they're victorious bladering us. Interesting they chose to trade. Not really. Yeah, we're fucked. There's no point. Well, actually, no. There's Mighty's return. No, we're still fucked. But yeah, no. No, they're not playing a neutral deck, they're just playing Swordcraft, they just happen to be mostly playing their neutral decks. And we got an absolute shit draw. Like, we absolutely should have been in a much better position there, but we drew nothing, we didn't draw any good, and we didn't have a good place to use. I should have used the Deus Ex as soon as possible. I think waiting for that was a big mistake. So I didn't think we'd draw absolutely nothing. But now we're gonna fight the mirror. I'm gonna show you how bad I am, really. Even when I get a good draw. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep multi-armed going first, I think. But yeah, no, there's no, like, pure neutral deck that works. There's just a few good neutral cards that they happened to play in a row. And this is pretty bad. That's slightly better. Let's just play the Artifact Impulse. They're going to play Vermeer anyway. That's their play this time. So maybe I shouldn't have to deny them the healing, but doesn't particularly matter. So now we have not drawn our Deus Ex, which is a problem, because now we're going to run out of cards. Because they're going to get their Sickle of Fate, they're going to get their Deus Ex, and we're going to have nothing. It's going to majorly suck. Yep, this. They didn't even Evo to trade, they were like, no, I don't need to spend Evo. But yeah, this is deeply annoying. That's going to suck if we don't draw a follower. Yeah, this is. No, like, yeah, we're probably going to. We're almost certainly lost this because. I mean, I don't want to be too pessimistic, but like. We've drawn. We've drawn not. Like, we're running out of gas, and. Whilst they're getting the perfect draws, basically. They're like getting their perfect turns on these turns 2 and 3. Or 4 and 5, rather. Meanwhile, we're like, oh no, I'm about to run out of cards. So unless I top deck Cyclical Fate with... Oh, when they had fucking Artifact Impulse ready to go to shoot. We are so fucked. Yep, we're fucked. Actually, no, we're not quite fucked. We're not quite fucked. But we can't... No, we're fucked. There's absolutely no winning here. Because, like, I do this, I'm like, aha, I have my full blast gun. I should have, I should have just, and then we do this, and it's like, oh no, I'm going to shoot all these things and now you can't heal. Also, we don't have any cards, because we didn't draw our, Cyclical Fate. So, we lost that. Real bad! Because they were able to get to their game plan much faster than us, and we drew what they in the business call complete arse. We were running the, like, I know my opponent will be running exactly the same deck. The decks don't have any Artifact Portal has very little variation to it. It's a very static deck because there's no room for, like, tech options. Okay, another Dragoncraft. So we're looking for a big aggressive... As I said, we're just looking for our actual ways to kill early. So, let's look for Cyclical Fate. There we go. There's the card. There she is. I'm of course using the normal art, not the promo one, because it's pretty. Okay, no, nothing to play at the moment. Want to save Melody's Return for more awkward artifacts. Okay, Metron, we can do very little about that right now. And a bit of ramp. So Metron's not that scary for them, it's just annoying more than anything. Yeah, but we can clear it with this option. Well, that's pretty handy because this means we're not in resonance next turn, which is so we can play our Cyclical Fate, Evo. Oh, they didn't even play anything that turn. That's pretty good for that's really good for us. So we just play this Deus Ex and we don't spend the Evo because there's no reason to. And hopefully we just pop the hell off. Prosperous Treasure Dragon. God, there's some... But anyway, we get to do a bunch of weird things here. So... The extra follower from Merciless doesn't really concern us too much. And so we're going to dump this hand, so we might as well play everything that we can. There we go, that. So we don't have... That'll be the Phoenix of Terror. They're not, like, threatening our board too much, though. Okay, that clears our board, though. But it also was a bit wasted because they did have their 2 Evo points. Still, we are missing... Yeah, that's not so great. I might just play Zerk here and see what see what he gets, because what's we're only at 5 out of 6, which is not great. But if I play Zerk, then yeah, but none of yeah, we don't really want any of these cards, so I'm just gonna play Zerk. Hope we get we got Ramya, so we can push a bit of damage. Maybe I should have evoed the Genesis artifact, but eh. And then might as well supersonic break through that. Again, this card is going in the bin. This deck. Oh, we've got 2 Genesis artifacts in hands anyway. And there's a second Terra Venus. That's a bit scary. But with this hand, I think we can just I'm not really paying attention to the. There's a what's my. Okay, so we can use. Yeah, I think. Hey, Jack and Frost. I'm just thinking if there's an easy way to kill this person, and I think there is. I think we go. The media that. Forgot that right there, bot. So hopefully we just need to survive. Yeah, we got to beat the protagonist. So, like, even if they. Yeah, we can do a lot of damage this turn. Is it enough, though? Not quite. We should have supersonic saved because I realized we were also discarding this hand. Okay, so they're probably going to. Okay, they're Infiniflaming dragging us. But we're not in Infiniflame. Oh shit, they've got the combo. Oh, that's the second time that's happened. Why does this keep happening? Why do we keep getting OTK'd by Infiniflame Dragon? What the fuck? Why is that the deck now? Why is Infiniflame Dragon... Dragoncraft the deck? Like, what's really the awkward problem is if we'd had 6 artifact names destroyed, like 1 earlier, we would have been able to kill them on the previous turn. So, okay, let's just keep Fate. I should have kept the Melody's Return. That'd be very good with Genesis Artifact. So, Bloodcraft's probably a bit easier on us. So we don't want to place it for Fate yet because we want to play it when it gives us a discount, and we don't play Robopop unless we've got something for Robopop to eat. So they're probably like there's a few people playing lots of different Bloodcraft decks. Like it's usually some. Oh yeah, it was It was Handless that finally got a nerf because they nerfed Bat Usher, so it's a 2 cost now. This doesn't look like Handless to me. Handless would have played something on 1. This is probably Wrath if it's got Vampy in it. It could still be Wrath, but it might be Oh, it's Handless. Okay. In that case, we definitely want to play this card, get some healing. It's handless and they're not having a great time with the handless because they've got too many cards in hand. Possibly because of the Batasha nerf. Okay, so they're getting their like, I'm tempted to play Genesis Artifact instead because it makes a very annoying board for them. That makes a board they basically can't deal. It makes a board of wards, which is very annoying for them. Yeah, I'm gonna do that instead of playing Cyclical Fate. Even though Cyclical Fate is very good, I want to just like disrupt their big turn because Handless has a very hard time dealing with both of these. And we're not going to beat Handless with combos, we're going to beat Handless by outlasting their burn. Oh, unlucky. They didn't Evo though. They don't want to get Cyclical Fated, I guess. But eh. Okay, well, that's the one that's immune to being destroyed. And yeah, since we've done that, I might as well either here, because I just want to hold down their board. So we still got one of these 1-2s in, but that's not too much of an issue. I should have hit their face. Why didn't I hit their face? I'm fucking dumb. Now I'm gonna take a lot of damage. I'm an idiot. Interesting that they chose to preserve board state over and deal 1 more damage over like actually killing me. Oh well, that's very good. Okay, so we've got that in hand, which is actually handy. I'm just playing out cards now. I'm not going to... So we just need to survive this turn. Which we might not. Maybe I should have played the Deus Ex first. Am I dead, or are we just going to get through by the skin of this? Okay, that doesn't kill me yet. Got 1 card that might kill me. Is it Full Moon Leap or Bat Usher? That is neither of those. Like, it hurts, but we can heal next turn. And they're very, like, averse to actually killing us, so I'm going to do that. And then one of these Deus Ex Machinas that we don't need. Again, this is I'm doing a very weird... And then I'm going to Evo this because I'm in desperate need of healing.
ご利用感謝。そんなに暴れて。
And then we do that because it gets us. And we have Blood of Wards! We should be fine. Unless they top deck like 2 Razor Claws or something. Come on. Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh! Oh. Okay, let's try something a bit different. Let's go a bit wild. Let's see. Let's try my this little Evo deck. Something a bit off the cuff. Yeah. The Handless is a... I don't like Handless Blood, but it's a burn deck, and we still didn't get enough healing to play through it. Instead, I probably should have just Deus Ex'd it when I had the chance. That was possibly a mistake. Okay, so with these cards we want... Well, we don't have anything to activate them with, so we don't want to keep them. Though now this card is worse. Which is unfortunate. You've got a lot of our 2 pale... Like, Malicious Blader and Dancing with Use Soul. So they're playing Crystallize. I said nothing we want to play. We don't really want to... We could have played Tavali this turn, but we don't really have... We don't have Kali in hand, so it's not a guaranteed useful thing to play, and I think I want to wait until later. Yep, it's Crystallize Havencraft. And I don't really have any plays until... this sucks so much! But yeah, nothing to play, like arguably until turn 4, but really that should be waiting until turn, until turn 5. So I would like to top deck. This sucks, but we really don't want to play any things. We want to wait one more turn to play any of these. Okay, so they're going to Skullfane a bunch of stuff and be very annoying. And then Skullfane the Mace Jester. Okay, but okay. This mega sucks, but we're getting somewhere at least now. Like, we have to, it's annoying that we have to trade that in rather than leaving that up, but like otherwise we're just very screwed. And Scorpion the Depths isn't worth playing here, we might as well wait. The one thing they did is buff Bejeweled Shrine so that it can't be destroyed. Which mostly is so that you can actually play Skullfane alongside it, because otherwise Skullfane blew up your own Bejeweled Shrine, which was very silly. Okay, we're still only on 2 Evos. This is all a bit annoying. Okay, so I kind of want to save Jupiter for a more, also for when I have the thing. So let's Pain Immortal's not going to be that great for us anyway, so. Can I get any kind of free Evo, please, deck? Please, Akali, that's not good enough, deck. But I'm going to. This is really bad. We haven't drawn anywhere near enough of our free Evos. RRB Skullfane, are they going to give it Storm? They are going to give it Storm, because Chirpy was also buffed to be a 1-1. This hurts a lot, but at least we're in Vengeance now, which means we get a free Evo here. But actually, we're just dead, aren't we? Yep. Oh, okay. We had a really bad draw, and also our deck's a bit weird. This is like pure Evo. Blood is a bit weird. Usually you're running. Like no, my spell boosted needs to be. Let's try the last word Ghost Shadow. Yeah, this is a really This is a really rough evening. Maybe I need to move my Shadowverse streams to not be Sunday evenings, because it seems to be like, because it's such a busy hour, there's all the people who are really good or like just better than me. Now we're just going to have someone run over. Oh, yeah, that previous one wasn't close at all though. We got absolutely destroyed. Okay, I'll keep this entire hand. This is a very weird deck. I didn't really show on the preview, but it's mostly a last word deck that happens to have some of the that happens to have like the Ghost Man in it and Bacchus. Bacchus is, even if you're not playing like a deck that makes gargantuan ghosts, Bacchus is just really good. So now that they're thinking, this is a bit of the things you can do. They're thinking once they're either planning the next turn or, ooh, that's a very good answer. We just keep on pressure with more ghosts knocking their face. Like I'd ask if there's streams. I'd feel like there's streams happening if I was like potentially a larger streamer, but I think 5 viewers, which is it. I'm pretty happy with 5 viewers. 5 viewers are pretty good. That's a lot of you. Is pretty low odds.
もう帰っていいですか？バケバケ許さない肉バケバケ
It's playing a lot of Baccharuses
許さない憎い
just to get rid of that healing bastard. We didn't kill off the Vermadia, so if they can get to 6 artifacts, which Portal can do quite easily these days, we're in a bit of a pickle. But they're probably just going to Deus Ex us. And then using that instead of an Evo point, which makes a lot of sense. But that also means that we can potentially... This fun I'm just evoing for the card draw. It was such a pretty not great. Again, we can't actually kill the Deus Ex, which is a bit annoying. I was like, I don't want to burn. I think I'd rather wait next turn so I can actually like play the Chaotic Doom rather than we had one more. Oh, if we only during that the start of this turn, that would have been much better. But anyway. So they still get to keep their Deus Ex up, but not the worst problem is that we're going to have a Chaotic Doom next turn, which should hopefully help us out a lot. We probably won't play Masquerade Ghost next. Well, depends. We might play Masquerade Ghost. Depends if we draw like a Spirit Invasion to play alongside it. I'm not entirely sure. Like if we'd had one more Last Words follower by this match, that would have been nice because then our Minos would have had Rush and we could have like stopped the board a bit. This is fine. This is fine. They haven't played full Blast Gunner yet, but they probably have one in hand. Now they're just playing more Vermedias. Gonna Evo it. Because it doesn't make not too much skin off my nose, they're at pretty high HP already. Interesting. That's a card I was hoping to get like a lot earlier. So they got that buff, which is very annoying. But it's fine. We have. So I can either Masquerade Ghost, which I don't think really does much this turn. Hugin Min draws me cards guaranteed, but doesn't like make much of a skateboard. So I think what I'm going to do is just it wasn't for that. Maybe I should have done it so that it's traded in. That might have been better, but oh well. Hopefully these Chaotic Dooms roll us some favourable stuff. Like I'd really like some healing or blowing up their board would be the best thing. No, they're activating their full blast gun, so they're not going to kill us this turn unless they have But yeah, ideally, I want these to heal their board or heal me. Or an Evo point recovery is fine too. Okay, yeah, they're not killing us this turn. Yeah. Okay, card draw, that's fine, I guess. They make a really wide board, like... Skeleton Raider is kind of an option, but it leaves us pretty open Defensive. Okay, so draw cards and heal. I'm happy with that. You can actually get to 10 last words destroyed pretty quickly now, because we can just play Hugenmin and then Cerberus. They'll probably play Vermidia to make their... They're not playing that, they're saving it. Interesting. I'd have played it just to... Personally, I would have played it just to make a really wide board. But if they're saving that, I'm going to... that's a better choice to do with that. And then Cerberus, this bell ringer is the most... Use the healing one to clear their board. And we start pressuring face damage and hope they don't kill us. They do have a lot of good options to kill us, is the problem. But we can hopefully counter them pretty well. We've got Spirit Invasion. You can Spirit Invasion, Skeleton Raider, Cerberus next turn, so that's a lot of damage. So if we're not dead, but we're almost certainly dead, I think. If we're not dead somehow, so if they don't have... We're basically like, do they have... No, I'm not going to speak it into existence. We're not dead this turn, we're not dead this turn. Yep, that's... They're calculating, so it's not quite... They might not have it. That is not killing me, that's making a board, which I'm going to describe as a mistake. Because now you don't have any play points. And you're not healing really that much, you only healed 2. So I'm just going to fuck it, we ball. And they just discarded their hand, so that was a really weird turn from them. Anyway, so we start with this. And then we play this. And we kill that, I think. And then we play that. This is slightly awkward HP amounts, but ah, yeah, shit, this doesn't actually quite work as planned, but oh well. Okay, we don't quite kill them. We do a lot of damage, and if we don't die this turn, because they, for some reason, reset their entire hand... Do they have a means of which to kill me? Do they have the 3rd Genesis artifact? They do have the 3rd Genesis artifact. But that's not 18. Well, it depends if they have, do they have the lethal? Can they kill? Because this is a lot of damage. Do they have? Damn it, they have it! I'm not actually getting, like, too salty, because I'm messing about a lot. Right. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing? Wrong, wrong, wrong. Come on. Do it. I'm playing this game for fucking years. I'm just going to quickly check. Let us play Fairy Forest. For this deck, is apparently outstripping Artifact Portal. I'm checking, yes, checking, yep, this is very much the same kind of deck I'm running. Okay, so we don't really want to keep this isn't going second. We definitely want to keep Nobilis, and we definitely want to keep flying the Mistletoe Squirrel. So this deck, well, I need to go back to explaining kind of what my decks do. So it's Crystallize Haven again. Lots of Crystallize Haven. Though no one's really been talking about Crystallize Haven, so I don't know why it's suddenly come up. I guess because it got buffed, and now people are kind of like actually using it. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It's like I don't care about them blowing it up with the Holy Lightning Bird. It's like it's whatever. That one's mostly just to get fairies into my hand. So kind of debating what I want to do this time. Do I want to Forest Merchant and bounce it? Or do I want to save the bounce for Nobilis? If we Forest Merchant and bounce it, how that kind of puts... I kind of need to like get cards out of my hand a little. It's a bit annoying. So yeah, I think I just... Oh yeah, that does... I should have... yeah, no. That was a mistake! Maybe I'm just getting too streamer-brained right now. And Holy Lightning Birds. Oh my god, all these birds. Yeah, that was a really bad burn. Holy shit. I need to get cards out of my hand, but it's so hard. I mean, I guess I could play these fairies, but I don't want to play the fairies. Why am I doing this? Why am I just filling my hand? Ah, what the fuck am I doing? Okay, okay. That's pretty good. That didn't take anything out, though I am running out of board space. And I really need a card. It's fine, it's fine. I'll be fine, I am fine. I've got... I'm gonna burn a card, and hopefully it's not going to be another Tamlin. So I need those. But it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Fine. Deep breaths, stretch. Hydrate. I can't hydrate, I'm out of water. But yeah, I'm just really... I had such a nice start to the stream, and now I've just been doing... I've been making really, really bad mistakes, and it's making me a bit... Badger Champion is in your deck. Why is Badger Champion in your deck? Okay, that's a fine thing to burn. So I'm going to like offer this just because I don't need to make the board space actually quite.
ねえ、何して遊ぶの？黒き過信で枯れ果てよ。
Oh, but that's... Yeah, how the fuck do I deal with Vadra Champion? I don't have my ways to deal with Vadra Champion in hand. This mega sucks. But Wingy and Jillian's on Wingy is really, really annoying. But they're trading, and they're hitting my fairies, which is good. So I might still have a way out of this. I've got another Nobilis, which means another, God, that really hurts the combination of a Storm Jill Storm Jillianese in general. Okay, good. We're in business. We are officially in the business. So I will use a fairy and a rain. And clear their board. Push a bunch of damage. And I'm going to bounce PSI for more Evolve shenanigans. Oh, I should have played that. I didn't see that Autumn Leaf Man. Should have played that to make my board harder for them to kill. Because it would have made my board immune to Skull Feign, but they might just Skull Feign me anyway. They might kill me anyway, regardless of my board. Ew, the Jillianese! And Wingy! It doesn't matter, I was doomed anyway. God! Damn it! Jillianese in that deck is absurd! Absolutely bonkers! I also played like us. Like a you build a 7/5 storm. It didn't matter. It didn't matter at all. I can do this. Okay, playing against Portalcraft. Yeah. Don't want to keep Miracle Harvest with this hand, but we do want to keep Flying Mistletoe Scroll. That's always a good card to keep. Autumn Leaf Man might be quite powerful. Okay, this is alright, though. So not looking too great, but against Portal that doesn't matter. We're not really... You would have been very useful to have. But also not very useful, because we would have been healing and it would have bounced their board. But, don't really have anything to play for a few turns. It's really not until turn 5 at the moment, so hopefully I draw something useful. There's no god about it, it's just me making poor decisions. Okay, so got a pretty good turn next turn, so we'll take 3, they'll play the Deus Ex or whatever. Evoing for some reason. Which actually might be a problem. Okay, so we do this. You do this. So that's... yeah, we can't... yeah, that was really annoying, that Deus Ex Machina, actually. Fuck. And then play a fairy. Play a leaf man, and then bonk this. So we're going to take some damage, but next turn we will be able to deal with it. We have our PSI turn next turn. That's a Genesis artifact, but again, no skin off minor. So we're just taking 5. Just a little 5. It's easy. Actually depends if they would... yeah, it would be very silly of them to trade in that ferry, for that ferry. Well, they've got 1 play point because they've got... okay. 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 We do the PSI rain turn. We do 1 play point rain because it lets us play more stuff. And we play that. Draw a card, because if we draw Autumn, Leaf Man, we actually want to save that for next turn. Because we want to protect our Cosmos Fang. Oh, but we can't actually do it. I think it's best to play it now. Saves us from getting full blast gunned. Hello, Fire is Wet. Welcome to the chat. Why are you dying of cringe? Because I'm being really bad. That protects us from that, which is very good. Also protects us from the cannon artifact shots. For now, at least. Ugh. So yeah, playing that Autumn Leaf Man there was probably the better play. Is these cannon artifacts? Well, okay, this is I'm annoyed that we probably might still, lose. But at least they're using up their cannon artifacts on... those kinds of plays, at least. So we definitely don't want to Cosmos Fang their board at the moment because then that'll just let the guarantee that they can kill us. Oh, okay, that should Okay, is there a way for us to punch through this without? No, I don't think there is. I think we have to
黒き花心で枯れ果てよ。この一撃は外さない。あだなる種は枯れる末種にも踊る。
Not many great.
あそこそ。
Phantom Bloom. You.
種にも踊る。
You. And then we play a fairy and an autumn leaf man.
紅葉してます。
Should keep us safe for another turn. We could have had another fairy in play, that would have been nice. Like to draw. Hey, that's not particularly scary. I would really like to draw Tamlem, please. Are they biofabbing? What you biofabbing? Are we gonna pull through this? Am I ending my losing streak?
生まれた理由。
That's going to be slightly painful. I really wish I had an Evo point so that I could use this Cosmos Fang and just bounce their entire board out of here.
恩衆根
Because
深
they're
く。
going to make a large board and they just healed. This is very annoying. And they're not taking out the Leaf Man, which is surprising me. Oh, maybe they are. With the second media. Okay, there goes the Leaf Man.
木枯らしですか。
It's very annoying. Oh, now they've got a really large board, I think. Unless we can top it. Okay, does that save us? No, it doesn't. Really does not. I really wish I had an Evo point so that I could just bounce their board. Fuck yeah, flying's. That's all I can do.
咲き誇れ純白の牙
It's just to play cards
遊ぶの？ね
and heal and die. Oh, what am I doing wrong? I'm doing a lot of things wrong. I know exactly what I'm doing wrong. I'm doing so many things wrong. Are they just like, what?
ダメ。
Because I'm very dead.
嘘でしょ。
Oh. Step back. Step back. Because I know I'm making a shitload of mistakes, is one of the big problems here. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. I can do this. I can play Shadowverse. I am someone who's been playing Shadowverse for a while. I have a big idea. Let's look. What is I'm just doing a quick look at some deck lists to see. This deck list has an 18 win streak. What is it? What is this? It is Artifact Portal. Okay. Is this in any way, shape, or form different from... Oh, it's running... Okay, so Artifact Portal seems to be running a seam. So... How many Artifact Portals are running Kasim? How frequently is it? Semi-frequently. Okay, so I need to put... So, seems like they're running Kasim over Inner Discovery, pretty much. That's pretty much the big difference. Everything else... Some of them aren't even running Zerk. I can see that. I can see why Zerk's... Yeah, I like this deck list I found. So it's just... Supersonics, Robopops, Melody's Return, Cyclicals, Multi-Armed, it's running 3 Multi-Armed. So we put a third Multi-Armed in there. And then we put 2 Kasims in. I can see why Kasim's in the deck. There's a few ways to manipulate Resonance, and he's both a heal and board clear, pushes a bit of extra damage. The early game, yep, that makes a lot of sense to me. And this one is running 2 Sions, and I like Xion. I think she's cool, so let's put her. Right, tweak deck list. I mean, it's the time. Well, it's a popular time for anyone playing any game. But I'm not looking for excuses. Stop finding excuses for me, Caden. I know you. I know you just want to support, but I'm better than this. I'm better than excuses.
オメオテトルシステムブート開始。
So, against Swordcraft, I definitely really want Full Blast Gunner in hand against Swordcraft, but I also... Let's keep Full Blast Gunner and hope we can get... Ramley is pretty good against Swordcraft. That helps us some with the early turns. Early light board clears. So I'm actually going to just play this Robopop as a 1-drop. This is a 1/1 artifact. Because against Sword, I really want to like try and contest the board a little. And just pressure them. I think I've held... They're playing Hero Sword, interesting. That's an easy trade, we just bonk that. Okay, that's pretty good. Robopop pulls some cards and deal with their thing. And that's not great. Why do we keep drawing supersonic breakthroughs? And then might as well... Yeah... No, I'm not gonna use it. I'd really like a turn 3 drop, please. Another turn drop. They haven't been able to use these Flame Soldiers for burn, which is very good. Okay, that's pretty good. So we can Melody's Return the Celestial, which is very good. That gets that in our bin. As always, and then we can use it and hopefully draw... Okay, so we didn't draw anything useful, but next turn, we'll be able to actually do stuff. So hopefully they don't go too wild. Okay, that's going to hurt a lot. That's going to hurt a lot. Do you have anything else to play alongside it, is the question.
今日も冴えてる超絶技巧
Okay, just basic spell scarer. So, okay, that's a bit of an impasse. I'm hoping that they don't. I think it's better to set up the full blast gunner here than play the Mida, because I think that's just going to get us.
フルドライブアルファスラスト起動
So I'm doing a bit of a gamble here.
美しくとも一斉射撃
No, not a bit of a gamble. Let's just go for the So we are using both our supersonics this turn, which is a bit. Actually, because that hit the 2-2, we're going to save it. Like, these 1-1s are obviously annoying, but they're not, like, hopefully not going to be the reason we die. Like, trading one off isn't going to... Interesting, I guess they're playing heroic entry, yeah.
これなら
悪者は燃やしてやるぜ
Because they want to get a damaged soldier in. That's really painful, but we've got solutions. So, Vermida. Let's see, what's our like artifact destroyed count at 5-6. So we really want to actually Vermida the Genesis so that we get up to 6 artifacts and multi-arms active.
た理由知らない僕叶えるよ
And then what we want to make sure to do before we play anything else is we're going to use a supersonic breakthrough on this so that we can evo this and heal. It's the most important thing. We want to heal a lot, and so then the question is, do we want to use the multi-armed here, or do we want to use the full blast gunner? I'm going to be a bit greedy, and I'm going to play the full blast gunner.
手つくずにしてやるマッハで退散
金言あげる
Okay, so that hopefully is going to...
かかってこいよ手柄ども
That's very annoying. That's an interesting trade choice. Why not kill the 6-5? Oh, because you're doing this. Still, yeah, very weird trade there.
腕の見せ所だ
Yeah, where is Deus? And that's another very weird play. Okay. Well, we'll start by getting... This is very annoying because playing Vermidia means we won't actually be able to heal, but we'll play her anyway because it'll give us a board of wards. We take one of these maybe, yeah, because we can't play both multi-armed. So, as much as I'd like to heal, we can't, but we can just make a very fat board.
金言あげる
It's not worth using an Evo point. But yeah, we have not seen Deus at all, and thusly...
こそ悪を貫く大正義
They're even going Valiant Fencer. As I said, I think Valiant Fencer is actually not very good.
レッツヒーローモード
Because, like, that doesn't even...
マッハで
They don't even get to punch through the board. Like, sure, their stuff is large, but... I did it. I think I did brush my face, so... Ooh, that is a board clear. There's Deus!
飛ぶぜ
今日も冴えて
Oh fuck, we're just dead! It was going so well! And then they just got the fucking wombo on us! Absolute... Only 3 turns too late, yeah. No, I'm gonna beat it. I'm gonna stop this losing streak. Okay, so it's Forest Craft. They're probably playing Fairy Forest, which might be a problem. Right, none of you are Cyclical Fate. I'm tired of not having Cyclical Fate now. None of you are Cyclical Fate either. But Vermedio is still also very good. Okay, there's Kasim. Kasim's pretty good. We've got a pretty good line here at the very least. We just would really like to draw Cyclical Fate. That would be so lovely. I don't think we want to play early Kasim here. There's too many things they have that deal with it. So I'm just going to play Realmir. Bonk this. Like even if they blast Fairy yet, we just... Turn 5/3 fairies in hand. Yep, they're doing pretty well, but they are going turn 3 to Horizon. We're not doing. So yeah, going to. What's this other? Like again, it's looking a bit grim, but we've got a pretty good recovery at least because we have Kasim. I thought they could just play Nobilis. I keep forgetting you don't even Evo the damn thing. But oh well. Again, that's... So yeah, to get rid of one of these merciless voidings. You evolve Kasim to get Rosa in hand, Rosa on the board, and then we just play a multi-armed. And still, yet another game where we have no Deus. I'm guessing that Tamlin's gonna get bounced, or they just have more Tamlins in hand. Interesting. Interesting. Obviously, the next thing we need to do is set up Full Blast. What's our artifacts counts at 3, so yeah, we're still... This is quite the pickle. Analyzing, we really need to draw cards. Here comes... Not, PSI. That's good. When did they get all these fairies in hand? Fuck. And these cards are useless! The fuck? Okay, let's just make one of these fellows really big and hope we don't get our shit Cosmos fanged. I probably should have evoed the Vimardi just for a bit of extra damage, but oh well. So this is another game with no Deus, but we might... Yeah! Somehow! They ran out of gas! And we won! Oh!
誰も追いつけないんだから
We cleared a battle pass mission, yeah! Okay, I'm leaving on a high. I'm taking that. I'm taking the dub. I'm taking the last dub. Not care. I'm not suffering through anymore. I'm too tired to play good. You know what? I'm going to do something cathartic. Let's beat up an NPC. Let's just... I'm going to show you... There's the thing they didn't have in the last of these events, which I found very annoying, is they didn't have the once per day elite fights. Which meant that getting the full rewards was actually really, really slow. But, these fights are supposed to be very unfair, but I have a deck. But you can just build a deck very specifically made to kill it, which in this case is mine is unlimited Havencraft deck. But mainly one reason, which becomes very apparent. A lot of wiggling! Oh yeah, having a celebration beating up an NPC, right. None of these are the cards I want to keep. Might think, but Bellerophon, no. Okay, this is possibly lost, but just... But we go in first, so we still have a chance to draw the card we need to counter him. We've still got a few chances, and we've got something on the board. Where are you? Spiritual Blow. Because is the gimmick, the initial gimmick of this NPC fight is they've got a, this goes into play at the first. And they've got... I did not draw Spiritual Blow, which means we just need to forfeit and just keep doing this. That was not quite the victory like I was expecting, but it's okay, it's an NPC battle, we can just go again. Because what he does is he has a like we could I have been able to beat him even after the key goes off. He's got an old card that none of you are Spiritual Blow. You're not Spiritual Blow either, but you're the good Spiritual Blow fodder, so... So he gets that Luzon in hand, and what Luzon does is whenever... Okay, we're good, so... What we do... Well, we'll play the Golden Belt this turn. Is at the start of the last turn, put the highest cost follower from his hand into play. And the highest cost hand into play is Luzon the Temperance. And the big thing about Luzon the Temperance is he has this, whenever you take damage, reduce the enemy leader's maximum defense by 3. So if he gets that into play for free... that's very bad. But we have... If we banish it, then his whole early turns just kind of like fall flat. Like, he still gets to play things, but... Like, that's very annoying. We're going to take a few hits, so that's just going to happen. You have to accept that this is happening. Yeah, but we can... Well, I said, now that we've banished his amulet, we can get rid of that fellow, who's very annoying. Now we've drawn all our Spiritual Blows, but we don't need to draw to play all of them. But yeah, he's basically playing a Wrathblood deck with a bunch of gimmicks in it. Like an unlimited Wrathblood deck, because he's obviously the NPCs just have access to all the cards. Then we get our Bellerophon into play, which helps deal with their board. Also, fun fact, that summons the bat before the AoE goes off, so... Yeah, they have these kind of cards, like all these unlimited cards, and they have a bunch of ways that cheat them into play, basically. Like Bloody Mary, so any damage he takes on his turn is dealt to the opponent instead.
人の子よ、しるべを生かす。
But a lot of it gets... A lot of it is reliant on him getting that free Luzin in play earlier. So when he doesn't get... So when you can stop the amulet, it kind of like just makes his deck just a regular Wrath deck. Which as an NPC is pretty bad, because it just means he gets rolled over. Anyway, so at this point we did pretty much just playing cards. I kind of need to get cards out of my hand, drawing too many cards. So he'll have his second gimmick coming up soon, which is the start of his turn 7. He gets a full board of amulets. All these very nasty amulets come into play, and he gets person in hand. Which basically means for 8 play points he gets to blow up his board to summon random shit from his deck. But we're just like, eh. Excuse me. I'm just going to keep healing and building my board. And poking you with all of these effects. We are running out of hard space, but we've pretty much won the game at this point. And then what he does on turn 8 is he plays the Person Excel, which destroys his entire board and puts stuff from his deck that costs more into play. But one of those cards is Howling Demon, which doesn't have Storm unless he's like got it he's got it evoed. Anyway, brain not working currently, sorry. I need to... You. You. Just to make sure to get the nastiest stuff on the board out of here. And then that does that. And then I screwed up a little. Oops. Made a little mistake here, but that's fine. We can just play. I said at this point in the game, I can just. We've countered his main, like. Do I still have a Guide of the Virtuous? I do, which means if I play this, that will kill off that. Because we'll get 2 heals at the end of turn. Oh no, we don't. Because the Guide of the Virtuous effect. Oh, that was HP increase, not the in play. So now they're finally playing that Luzin from hand, which is a bit annoying for us. But we can deal with it. We've got this set which blows it up. Or we... What's our play point count? Play points used 37. We're not high enough to just drop Baja, so I'm just going to do... Let's get rid of Luzin before that's a problem. At this point, this is just basically walking over them. They don't have very many gimmicks left in their deck. I have never seen him put Spawn of the Abyss into play. Huh. And he can give it Rush. For some reason. But it doesn't matter because he's dead. First time I've seen him do that. Never even knew he had Spawn of the Abyss in his deck. But, there, yeah, they basically just run, like, really nasty unlimited decks using some kind of weird gimmick. But once you have a deck that like specifically beats it, like I was beating this with just like regular rotation control Heal Haven, again just because it has Spiritual Blow, which is the quickest way to banish amulets, and you kind of need to banish that demon key before like turn 3 is when he usually gets it popped. And, you know, we get lots of lovely rewards. We're kind of like in the final stretch of the rewards. And yeah, got too tired to... yeah. But there's like nothing he could do. Like, even Spawn from the Abyss wasn't that scary. Like, it would have hit me for a lot, but I was playing Heal Haven. I could have healed for... I healed for a lot anyway. And I had, Jilliny's Invoke, so I would have healed damage. It would all been fine. But yeah, glad I managed to not end on a loss in the ranked games. I'm gonna have to do some more practicing, I think. I haven't been playing a lot this week. Also, I think I was just like dated, but yes. I'll try and I'll do a bit of, I'll make it like a separate highlight. I'll do what like my usual highlight of the full stream, and then I'll also do a separate highlight that's like just the section that's that was the budget puppet portal deck building I did earlier, like the in-depth deck building, and so that'll and then I'll put that as also as a separate YouTube video, and then like I'll think about like getting that edited down to try and make it into a more like digestible format, because I know I've probably got a bunch of things, but I think that's enough for today. Going over 4 hours now. It's getting very late, and I think if I do try and like win any more, I'll have a bad time. But yes, let us move back to the chatting screen. We'll close Shadowverse and let's look at who to raid whilst we who to raid whilst we're winding down. And let's move myself back here. So yeah, there's a few people. Have I raid? That's only just started streaming. That's probably not a great place to start. Let's raid. Everyone's drawing today. Lots of the people I'm following drawing. But yeah, let's raid Kipio. I don't think we've raided Kipio before. Yes. But yes, so before I start the raid, set the raid off, I've got a few just a few things to say. For all the new people that came in, I am just as a quick introduction in case if you're still sticking around. I'm Kurosami. I'm a digital rabbit VTuber. I'm stream at like general British Persian hours, and yeah, I play Shadowverse usually on Sundays and other games during the rest of the week. And I'm thankful for everyone who came in. And yeah, let's raid Kipio. So I don't think I raided her before, and everyone else who's available is like big and busy, and I don't want to bother. Like, I've raided Alice and Henamimi like loads already, so I'm gonna set up the raid, put us on the end screen, and I hope you all have a lovely rest of your evening, night, afternoon, whatever, or morning if you're one of the few people who watch my stream that come from that side of the world. I know they exist. Stream at the Twitch analytics tell me they do. But I'm sure there's probably like some like statistically like at least one Australian. or other. But yes. So, have a lovely rest of your day, and I'll see you maybe Tuesday. Though I will, as I say, I will be away next weekend. So when I do the scheduling, I might have a bit more of a condensed schedule in the middle of the week. So I might be doing some more stuff. I might stream tomorrow as well. I don't know. I'm having a think. I'll decide tomorrow. See how I'm feeling tomorrow morning. But yes. Bye.